basic bar chord shapes and how to change them, part 1. So we're going to be taking basic chord shapes like the E chord, okay, 6-string root, and we're going to use the cage system, which takes your fingers like this and you switch them around like this from your first, second, and third finger to your second, third, and fourth finger, and you can make this into a bar chord, which makes F, and you can play chromatically, okay? And we're going to move it all the way up to the 8th fret. And we're going to start changing the chords right now with this chord form. We're going to start with a C chord, exercise number 1. Now to C major 7, to C7, to C6. Now we're going to take the A open string chord like this, and we're going to move it up, put our first finger, make it the nut now, and move it to the 3rd fret and do the same thing, okay? We're going to go C to C major 7, to C dominant 7, to C6. Now we're going to take the D shape open, okay, and we're going to move up 1 fret, and we're going to slide it all the way up to the 10th fret. So we're going to make a C chord, then a C major 7, then a C dominant 7th, and then a C6. So those are the major shapes. Now we're going to do the minor shapes. We'll do the E minor chord again. Okay, we're going to move that up 1 fret at a time again to the 8th fret. So we're going to do C minor major 7, C minor 7, and then C minor 6. Or you can do C minor 6 like this. Okay? Now we're going to do the same thing from the 5th string root. Okay, we're going to go for the A minor open and move it up to the 3rd fret. We're going to do C minor, C minor major 7, C minor 7, and C minor 6. Now for the last example, we're going to do the D minor open, and we're going to move that up 1 fret and slide it all the way up to the 10th fret. So we're going to do C minor major 7, C minor 7, and C minor 6. So that was your basic bar chord shapes and how to change them, part 1. So we took the 6th string, 5th string, and 4th string roots of major and minor chords and made them into major 7ths, dominant 7ths, and also 6 chords, both in minor and in major. Thank you everybody for watching. This is Ron Jackson, and this was my Patreon only lesson. If you need the sheet music, please join my Patreon at www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music, and I hope to see you soon. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson, and welcome to my Patreon only video on Barry Harris rhythm changes. Now, Barry Harris makes everything really simple when he's actually playing over rhythm changes at a really fast tempo. So I'm going to be showing you how he actually does that. For example, rhythm changes is based on the song called I Got Rhythm, and a lot of songs have been written over that tune, like Moose the Mooch by Charlie Parker and Anthropology by Charlie Parker, Oleo. So many songs, okay? That song was originally written by George Gershwin. There's a lot of chords in this song, and the most important thing to know is we're in the key of B flat, is that the A sections, which are, the form is actually AABA. The A sections, some people play it just one scale there usually. But to be able to play on the changes, you should know all your scales to be able to play on the changes. So what Barry actually does, he actually simplifies the changes. So in my exercise in the music here, I'm going to be playing you first the chord progression or rhythm changes. Then I'm going to play you the simplified version that Barry Harris uses, okay? Which is eliminating all the chords and just making them one chord per measure. Now, usually in rhythm changes, the first 2 bars are B flat major 7, G minor 7, C minor 7, F7, okay? But Barry actually just plays a B flat for 1 bar, B flat major 7, and F7 for 1 bar, okay? So he eliminates the second chord, which is a 6 minor, and he eliminates the 2 minor to the F7 because those are really just substitutions. So like that. He'll just do this. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? So that's what he actually does. So you're going to actually learn how to take a solo just on the simplified changes, which is much easier than playing an arpeggio or whatever notes you can get through the A section with chords in every 2 beats of the measure. Let me show you how rhythm changes goes all the way through the whole song just with the regular changes. I'm going to put the metronome on. Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's regular rhythm changes, basically. There's slight variations, but that's regular B-flat rhythm changes, AABA form. I did the tempo of 140 for you. So I'm going to simplify them for you the way that's written on the music here, where Barry eliminates every chord, just makes every chord one whole bar and eliminates the substitutions. Instead of playing a G minor 7 right after the B flat chord, you could just play a B flat all the way through for 1 bar and eliminate the G minor, because the G minor is just a substitution for the B flat, and also the C minor is a substitution for the F7 for 1 bar. Okay, so we're going to eliminate the G minor and the C minor and play 1 bar of each chord, B flat major 7 to F7. And also we're going to substitute like a 2-5 going to the 4 chord, which could be an F minor to B flat, or you can play a B flat major 7 and go to the E flat dominant and go to E diminished. We're going to eliminate all that and just play straight B flat 7 for 1 measure, then E flat 7 for 1 measure, then go back to the B flat major 7 to F7 for 1 bar each. So we're eliminating all those extra chords, and the bridge, of course, there's no eliminations because it's all dominant all the way through, 2 bars each, okay? And then we're doing the same thing on the C section, which is basically like the A section going to the second ending, which is the ending of the song. Let me play you the chord progression that's simplified that Barry wrote, okay? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's how Barry simplifies the chords of rhythm changes. So now, what he does, especially when you're playing this really fast, instead of playing over each chord, playing a lick every time, doing a lick like that, or sounds very mechanical. But also, I'm arpeggiating the chord or doing a 1, 2, 3, 5 pattern, and I don't have to actually do that. I can do that pattern to get through the changes, a 1, 2, 3, 5 pattern on each chord. When you get to the minor, it's a 1, 2, flat, 3, 5 pattern. But Barry actually just does a scale going up in eighth notes, like the B flat major scale on the B flat chord, ends on the fourth beat as a quarter note. Okay? 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Now, it's very important because that's how you learn how to improvise and play over each change and play in time. Remember to practice this every possible fingering. Like that, okay? So I'm going to play you this exercise all the way through to the end, and this is how it goes. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's actually how you play the Barry Harris rhythm changes right on each chord on a rhythm change song that's simplified. So what he's doing is actually replacing all the notes that you would play in between and just simplifying it to play the scale that actually works for both chords. But when you're actually playing fast, that's when you start using this, because then you don't have to think about all those other chords. This will work. That's how I did my intro. I was thinking just playing 1, 5 in my solo, and made it much easier for me to play over each change. So that's the Barry Harris method. So if you have any questions, please email me. And this is Ron Jackson. My Patreon page is www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. And thanks a lot for listening. Have a great day. Hey everybody, Ron Jackson here. Just making sure you can hear me. Are you? Can you send me a text message if you can or not? Today I'm doing a blues concert. I'm going to be doing all kinds of different blueses. There's all kinds of styles actually for blues. This is my Patreon only concert. You know, I might make this public later now. I'll let you guys know. I'm going to make a small message. Okay, just making sure you can hear me. I'm going to play a cool tune right now, see if you can guess what it is. How's everybody doing? Oh, hey, baby. Hey, Reggie, how you doing? Blue Monk, yeah. I'm going to put a bigger light on so you can see me better. Someone recommended that just now. Hold on. That was Blue Monk. That's basically a 1-4-5 blues, but I transposed it to the key of A. What would be the reason for that? Anybody guess? Let me put this light on. Uh-oh. So you can see me a little better. Here we go. Yeah, so the reason why I put the song Blue Monk in the key of A so I can play those open strings. If you're a guitar player, it's better to sometimes it's great to use the guitaristic features of the guitar like open strings. When I used to see Joe Pass, see his videos, I saw a workshop of him years ago. He would take a song and put it to a different key so he could play those open strings. George Benson, Wes Montgomery, all the great guitar players, try to use open strings because, you can actually do it. With the 7th string, I have that low A note. So we're going to actually do that. So, this is a new thing I'm trying. I'm actually playing through my Motu M2 audio card. So now I'm actually playing through that and going directly from there and getting a decent sound. I'm not even using an amp. So it's a more clear, direct sound. I'm going to play you another blues. Now, there's all kinds of blueses, everybody. So I just did a kind of a traditional slow blues. I'm going to play you a blues in 3. Now, no one knows this, but this song was written by Toots Thielemans. And this song is very famous. A lot of jazz musicians play it. And it's in 3/4. It's a waltz. It's actually a blues form, more of a bebop form. We could talk about it later. And this song is called Bluesette. Here we go. Can I get comfortable here? Woo! Oh, gotta turn the mic back on. Hey, hey, everybody, how's it going? Yeah, thanks for watching. I see a few viewers up here. It's not a public stream, but I could make it public, but maybe next time I'd like to have these Patreon only concerts. I might actually put some of these and make them public later. I haven't thought about that yet recently. I'm just starting these and getting used to the YouTube live video streams and things like that. But I'm going to start trying to do that actually in a couple of weeks. Now that I'm getting my act together with my equipment here at home. So that was another blues. Now, for people who are wondering what bluesette is like, it's actually a blues, but it's an extended blues. So Toots Thielemans, there's some blueses that are called bebop blues, like Blues for Alice, songs like that. That kind of stuff. And they start with like the one chord, like in this key. Instead of going to the 4, he does a turnaround all the way to get to the 4. He'll play from the B flat major 7, and then he does a cycle, going to doing an A minor 7 to D7, and then to the G minor, which is a 6, and then he does a 6. He makes it to a 2/5. It goes to the 2/5 of the 4. He gets to the 4 chord there. Now he's going to like 2/5 to the D flat, so that's E flat minor to A flat 7 to D flat major 7. Okay, and then he's doing, so that's the 4. That's actually the flat 3 major 7 in the key of B flat. So you would use just a major or Lydian scale there, and a 2/5 to the flat 2 chord, and then he does a 2/5 with the flat 2 chord is actually a B major 7. Just so you know, if you look at the music, the bluesette, you'll see that. And he does a minor 2/5, C minor 7 to F7, back to the 1 chord. Then a 1/6 2/5 basically. B flat, which G minor, C minor to F7. So that's a blues, but it's an extended blues, and we call that a bebop blues, really, or a form of bebop blues. We go through all these changes, and you actually it's a blues form, but it's actually comes from the original blues, which is the original blues I heard actually started as just one chord, and the guy would change his voice and actually go to the 4 chord and the 5 chord in his voice, and eventually it developed to the next step, which was 1/4, then 1/5, and you got the 1/4/5 blues. Then in jazz, we started doing it more. We actually started putting like 1/2/5 of the 4, and then 4, then sharp 4, and all the stuff like that. So I'm going to play you another type of blues. This is a blues that Wes Montgomery wrote. And this is a great song that I play sometimes on gigs. It's called The Thumb. Now, Wes wrote a lot of great blueses. There's one song called Sundown that I used to play. So many blueses that he did. And they call me Les Montgomery, actually. Just kidding. So let me play you this song right now called The Thumb. Now, this song is in the key of G. So I've been playing different keys for you. Oops. So let me fix this mic and then we go. Here we go. everybody. Yeah, thanks for listening. Hey, thank you, Reggie. Reggie's a great student of mine for what great guitar player. And if I could figure out a way of putting you guys, I think there's a way actually. Oh, I could have done this on StreamYard. Man, I can't believe this. You know what? Next week, guys, I'm going to use StreamYard to do a live, so we can chat and I can invite some of my students in to this live broadcast. You know what? I forgot I can actually use that. So I'm going to write this down for you guys right now. Now, StreamYard is actually another app I could actually use. I mean, it's kind of late now because we're right in the middle of it, but I could send you a link next time. You can go on StreamYard, and you can watch and join me. I don't think we can actually go private on that. Maybe we can, but I can invite some students up to talk and hang out a little bit too, and patrons, of course. If you want any questions, to go through StreamYard. I've never really used StreamYard like this as a private concert yet. So thank everybody for watching and liking this. Reggie's asking about are there any particular scales you prefer over the blues? I use all kinds of different scales and stuff, Reggie. Let me talk about that a little bit. So if I'm playing over a blues, I mean, I'll use the minor pentatonic, of course. You should know all your minor pentatonics, everybody, all over the neck. So if I'm in the key of G, there's about 5 of them. Now, I mean, I won't show you. I'll just show you the 6-string version. This is a 7-string, so. That's the next one. All the minor pentatonic, okay? So every chord, it depends on what the progression is actually. So when I'm actually playing like over a G7, I have a lot of options. So I'll just pick just a dominant scale. Now remember to be able to play this all over the neck. Then I can use a G mixolydian with a sharp raised 4. I could use G altered. I usually do that when I'm going to the chord next. It's not going to make, when you do G altered, it makes a flat 9. Okay. And then I'm leading to the C chord, so I'm doing like a dominant altered chord. Now for everybody who wants who are scared about these, not scared, but the word is like don't understand how to use these altered chords. A great substitution, that's the easiest thing to do. If you're playing a G7 flat 9 with a sharp or with a flat 13 or a sharp 9, like that. Okay, you could just play a D flat 7 chord instead in your solo, or a D flat dominant scale. It's called a tritone substitution, and that's the easiest way to play an altered. It's basically a half step above the chord you're approaching. So if I'm playing a G7 altered going to a C, I'll just play a D flat instead. It's the same exact scale. And you can just raise the 4 on that dominant scale. Okay? That's the 4. And then lead to the C chord. So that's a D flat to a C. That's the easiest way, actually, to be able to play an altered chord. That's another scale I use. I mean, I'll use whole tone too on the G7. The whole tone scale. I like that scale. And then it's a symmetric scale, so I can do some cool things with it, like half steps below you stuff. I like this one. It's easy to play between the second and third string. I mean, yeah, and then I do a lot of reharmonizations also. So that's another thing I like to do. I mean, I don't just play like just a G7 to a excuse me, to a C chord. Let me get some coffee here. I'll actually I'll just do like I'll do reharmonizations. I'll go, there's a bunch of them. I'll just go from G. I'll go down the whole steps every bar. That means every 2 frets down to get to the 4 chord and things like that. Then I'll do like descending 2 5s to get to the 2 chord. Things like that. There's so many things I could do. But anyway, let me play you another song, everybody. Some more blues. I'm going to play you another song that was made famous by Miles Davis. And he actually wrote this, I think. I heard he stole all this music, but this is called All Blues. Let me tune up. Yeah, the key of G again. Some blues. We could talk about the blues all day. There's so many blueses. Does anybody have any questions that are watching? Let me know. About I'm playing the 7-string guitar, so if you have any questions about that, about how I tune it, how I play it, I'm going to be actually I have to put another video up. I'm going to be putting up one up this week, a new video on one of the lessons that I have about walking bass lines. So that's for 6-string. Then also I have some 7-string videos coming up about walking bass lines we're going to get into for people. So if you're interested in that, let me know. And there's so many blueses in jazz, but there's also, the traditional blues. When I got to work with Taj Mahal about 10, 15 years ago, this guy knows every kind of blues, man. He was just amazing. He knows like all the different styles. I mean, like different forms of blues. This guy's like a walking blues book, man. So really interesting cat. Yeah, so that's we did a lot of cool blueses today. I'll do something for you right now that's written by John Coltrane. It's like it's a blues with a bridge. You have those kind of things too, and this is called Blue Train. We can talk about it later. It's just a blues, and then it has a bridge, like kind of like rhythm changes, but it's like a blues form. You have 12 bars of blues, 12 bars, A. Then B is a bridge of 8 bars, and then you go back to the A again. If you can get confused if you can't feel form like that. But let's try that. Ready? Here we go. It's in B flat. Yeah. Yeah. Hey everybody, how's it going? Okay, yeah, that was called. Actually, what was that song called? It's a John Coltrane song. A Blue Train. No, not Blue Train. Let me think about it. I just had the name here. It's one of his famous songs. It's actually a blues with a bridge. Okay, and basically the bridge goes to A flat for 2 bars, G to two for 2 bars, and then F for 2 bars. It's actually like a variation on rhythm changes. The bridge to rhythm changes, which is I Got Rhythm. If you go to the bridge for I Got Rhythm, it goes to D, then G, 2 bars each, C, 7. Oh, these are all dominant 7. To F7, okay? And but John Coltrane, he replaces the D with an A flat, which is a tritone substitution, we call it. Okay, and then it goes down to the G, and then he goes to the G flat, which is a tritone substitution of the C7. It goes to the F. Okay, I think that was called Locomotion, actually, that song. But it's a great song, and it's a fast song, but it's a blues, so blues is a little bit easier to play faster than rhythm changes, but we'll talk about rhythm changes another time. Now, if anybody has any questions, let me know. I think I'm getting a little tired here. I'm gonna actually probably end the live stream right now. So if there's any questions, please send them to me on Patreon. And this has been fun playing for you guys. And if you have any questions, just send them on my way here. And this was all Blues Day. There's so many blueses. Let me play you maybe just one more before I finish up. And so I did different kinds of blueses. A lot of blueses have like pentatonic melodies, but also they have more complicated melodies. I'm gonna end with Billy's Bounce. And that's one of the blueses I know a little better than some, as far as melodies are concerned. All these bebop melodies are kind of difficult to learn, but you can learn them eventually. You have a whole arsenal of them. There's so many of them. I have this list right here that I'm looking at. There's Bessie's Blues, Billy's Bounce. Oh, that was called that was on Blue Train. I think that was called Locomotive or Locomotion. And then there's tons. There's Footprints, Freddie the Freeloader, Mr. PC, Now's the Time, Sandu. I played all these songs before with somebody. Blues Walk. It's just so many songs. Things ain't what they used to be. So those are great tunes. Anyway, cool, man. I'm going to play you one more song. This is called Billy's Bounce. Well, thank you, everybody. That was real fun. And I'll see you guys soon everywhere else. Okay, bye-bye.
We'll see you next time. Another mother.
everybody. It's Ron Jackson, and oh, I see people watching already. Just so you know, I got a new guitar. Send me a chat if you have any questions, my Patreon friends. And right now, we're going to talk about rhythm and using a metronome particularly. Oh, hey, Michelle. How you watching? So I got a new guitar. I'd like to thank D'Angelico. Let me fix this a little bit. I don't know. I got to move this closer to make sure I look like I'm a seamless background. I got to work on this actually, everybody. But I put a background behind me, but it doesn't look seamless. So let me move this over a little bit this way. And so let's get started here. I just got this D'Angelico. It's called the XL1 model with the cutaway throwback. It's a great guitar. Just I need to get set up. It's the first time I'm actually playing it on anything. So if you have any questions so far, everybody on Patreon or my friends who are watching, please let me know. Also, I have an announcement to make. So next Sunday, I'm actually doing a jazz improvisation workshop for Lively. I'm going to put it on the chat here in a minute. And so, a bunch of my students are attending already. And if you'd like to join me, that would be great. And today we'll just work on rhythm, but particularly practicing with the metronome. So so everybody should have their metronome out and get ready if you're watching this. And so I use an app called Tempo. It's really a great app. And let me show you this. So look at this app. It's called Tempo. I got it on iPhone. You have to pay for it on iPhone. I think on Android you can still get it for free. And it's a really great app. You should practice with a metronome. Rhythm is the most important thing. Okay, that's the thing I need to work on the most all the time. When I first started studying, they talked about rhythm, but I didn't take it seriously like I should have. For years. I started really taking it even more seriously recently. You have to learn how to count. You have to know where your beats are. You have to look at notation and be able to read the notation to be able to subdivide. Okay. So you have to be able to subdivide every note into different. Well, there's different ways to subdivide notes. You could divide them into, when you hit a beat like this. Let me put a beat on. So this is a 4/4 90. I'm going to slow it down a little bit. So for example, I'm playing 4/4 90. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So when I'm counting that tempo, I'm actually, I can think of it so many different ways. So I can think of it just quarter notes and just trying to make sure I play along with those quarter notes. So I can go, and I can just go like this. Etc. So I'm actually playing with that click. Now, one thing I never thought about is like, you're just trying to hit each note and trying to hit it and trying to guess where the note is. One of the things I learned, I was studying with a drummer recently. I need to take some more lessons with him. I actually need to practice with his material. Is that when you're playing that note, when you're just playing quarter notes alone, there are so many ways to think about how to approach just hitting a quarter note. Okay. Now, please send me some questions if you have any questions. Okay, on the live chat here. Okay. Happy Saturday, Umir. It's Umir. Hey, say to everybody. Umir is a great student of mine. Private student. He comes to my place. We wear masks and everything. By the way, everybody, I'm fully vaccinated now, so I could talk to you through the camera without getting sick or vice versa. Just kidding. So anyway, watch this. So when I'm actually playing with this, years ago, one of my great friends, he's a great flute player, plays on Broadway shows here in New York. He was at Berkeley with me, and he told me, look, Ron, one way you can play more accurately with a click is to be able to subdivide each note. So when I'm playing each note, I can go like this. I can go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. So what happens is when I'm actually playing a note like that, quarter notes, and thinking that the quarter note is actually divided into two parts, you start to play more accurately because you're actually playing what's the word? You're dividing the note in half, so your accuracy, your brain, you'll be able to hit that note on time more accurately. Right on the beat. Now, if you're recording that kind of program like Logic that I use a lot, you could see on the grid when you're playing with a metronome if your beat is ahead or behind. And people always are a little bit ahead or ahead. So when I've been starting to think like this more accurately, subdividing each beat, I've actually been playing more accurate on the beat because I'm subdividing. So I just subdivided into two parts. Of course, there's more subdivisions. You could just play one beat per measure per click, or two, or dividing into 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. The next possible thing in that realm of dividing in two is I could do it in 16 notes. I can go 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E. So all I'm doing is counting each click now, dividing the beat into four exact parts into 16 notes, which is 1 E and So you know. Remember, the eighth note is 1 and. So you're putting the E, 1 E and You're putting the E and between the 1 and now. So my drum teacher I'm studying with right now, has me tapping my foot like this, 1 E and a 2, and then making sure I sing every 16th note with that click, okay? So I'm going 2, 3, 4, 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a, so when you do it that way, this makes it seem like in your mind that the click is slower than it actually is, because you're playing like 4 notes on each beat, okay? So 1 E and 2, 3. I'm starting on the beat. So 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and. So it actually makes the beat, makes you play more accurate because you're thinking the note is slower than it is. Because if you're thinking just one beat each, 1, 2, your brain doesn't play that as accurate as 1 E and because you're actually making every beat into 4 equal parts. So this gets into reading. So when I'm reading like a 16th note melody or 8th note melody, he has me actually doing the if I'm playing an 8th note, I had to sing it at the same time. So if I'm going 1 and 2, 1 and 2, if I'm going 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and. So I'm hitting each and singing them at the same time, so I know I'm accurately playing the note. Okay, 1 and same with 16th notes. So if I'm going 1 E and up, like I'm going 2, 3, 4, 1 E and up, 2 E and up, 3 E and up, 4 E and up, 1 E and up, 2 E and up, 3 E. I'm making sure I'm saying the right timing. So if it's in 4/4, I'm going 1 E and up, 2 E and up. I'm making sure I'm doing the count: 1 E and up, 2 E and up, 4 E and up, 1 E and up, 2 E and up, 3 E, etc. Okay. Anybody have any questions so far? Please send me a text. A live chat. That's what you're here to ask me during the live lesson. And thank you everybody who's a patron. I appreciate you guys. I'm trying to make sure I give you at least a couple of lessons a week. I used to just do one, but people were saying that wasn't not enough. So I'm trying to keep you, at least 8 10 lessons a month. Put more videos up. If there's any questions, please send them to me. Email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. Okay, about anything that you want to learn. I have so much material that I have to gather still and put into like tabs and everything to put for you guys, including this kind of stuff I'm teaching you about timing, etc. Okay, so I'm trying my new guitar today that I got from D'Angelico. They gave me this guitar because of all the followers I have now. And I appreciate them. So I'm going to be doing an unboxing soon. I already filmed it. And I'm going to have to edit it, and I'll be putting that up soon. And so when I'm doing timing, okay, so we just divided into like one count per beat, for example. Now we're just doing quarter notes, and then I divided into two, like one and two and. Then I divide into four, one E and a two E and a. Now you can divide in three, okay? So you can go like this: 2, 3, 4, 1 and two and three and four and one and two and three and four and one and two and three and four and etc. So if I'm playing, I'll go like this: 1 and two and three and four and one and two. Oh, sorry, I'm off now. 2, 3, 4, 1 and two and three and four and one and two and three and four and one and two and. So when you're playing the guitar, particularly because everybody's watching on guitar, you could use in any exercise you could use your pick as a metronome too. So let me slow it down because it's kind of fast. It's at 80. You should be doing this slow anyway when you practice the beginning. Look at this. Oh yeah, so someone has a comment on the Patreon page. So let me go to Patreon too. I hope they can still see me. Yes, I can. Yeah. So let me. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm trying to make a comment. Oh, Sean, my student I just had earlier, Sean said the first way to learn was to enunciate the word triplet. You could do it that way too. Actually, the only thing is when you're doing triplet, you're not saying the numbers. Okay, so you can go one pellet. Actually, my drum teacher taught me this. You can go one pellet, two pellet, three pellet, four pellet, one pellet, two pellet. Make sure you have the beats in there, okay? So you know what beat you're on. Because it's very important to know where your beat is so you don't get lost. Like you should always know where one is. Okay, one bit. So I go one and so that there's a couple of ways to do this. So the way Sean is saying is you can go triplet, one pellet, two pellet, three pellet, four pellet. You can go one and two and three and four and you could do that too when you're counting these rhythms. Okay. Now remember, people who just got here, rhythm is the most important thing. I want to see what someone said on Patreon while I'm doing this, because I have to look. I might have to look on my phone. Let me get my other phone here. Hold on, everybody. I don't want to look at my Patreon while I'm on the computer at the same time. So someone had a question on Patreon. Let me get my other phone and go to my Patreon right now. So yeah, Sean, that's a great great comment. Let me go to my Patreon and see what this person said, whoever that was. Okay. Hold on. So let me go to my home here. Ooh, something's on my phone here. It's acting weird. So anyway, I'll skip that for now. So if you have any questions, just please send them to me right here on oh yeah, Reggie. Reggie has a question here. Would you practice your scales like that? Yes. So Reggie, so if I'm practicing my scales, he asked me actually doing these exercises like this. I'll particularly practice my melodies like that, but you can practice your scales like that. So if I'm playing, let's play this out here. I can go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and I can do it that way. 1 and 3 and oh, sorry. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. Now, it's hard to do all this. I'm trying to count, play the notes, tap my foot. But you know what? The reason why I'm learning this, and it's making me more accurate in general with my timing, and it makes me think when you start counting the notes and saying the notes, It's very important because what happens is you start really internalizing like a drummer does. A drummer, all he does is count all the time. He's just playing count one, two, three, one, and the two. He has no rhythm or harmony. I mean, he has no harmony, excuse me. He has no harmony or melodic instrument to play. So it's all about time. They're counting all kinds of stuff. They're counting with one hand and another hand's counting something else, the offbeats and stuff. So if you can apply that to your playing, it makes you even a better musician to be able to count one and then two and then. If I'm playing 16 notes, one and then the two E and the three and sorry. It's hard to do. One E and the two E and the three E and the four E and the four E and the two E and the three E and the four E and the one E and the two E and the three E and the four E and the one E and the two. Plus, I'm running out of breath when I do that. When I'm practicing my rhythms, I'm actually trying to think of every note, especially when I'm reading now. I know a lot of guitar players are not great readers, but you should work on your reading and notation because that's how you really know about rhythm too. When you know what notes are written. So if I'm looking at like any kind of real book thing here like this, I'm actually doing the same thing when I'm reading now, and I'm actually thinking more about what I'm reading now. If I pick a hard song like with some 16th notes in it, like then I'm really thinking much more accurately about what I'm doing. You know, I'm trying to think of some cool songs that might have 16 notes in here that are kind of complicated. So let's take this song has a few 16 notes in it. Conception. Yeah, it has some 16 note triplets, some jazz stuff. Jazz has mostly 8th notes, just so you know. So a lot of jazz musicians, just so you know, another pro tip is that jazz musicians are really good at. I'm thinking about myself more as a jazz musician than like a horn player, but like a horn player would probably play more like what's the word? Are much more accurate with the reading because that's how they start. Yeah. Oh yeah. And Ymir said Aerogen. Aerogen. So Aerogen is just it's a jazz tune, but it doesn't have that many rhythmically. It doesn't have that many notes in it, rhythmic wise. Let me see. Let me pull that out for him. Aerogen. Do I have it in this book? I know the song. I don't know if I have it in this book. Oh, here it is. So Aerogen has a triplet in the beginning, like it goes like one triple. So I would go one triplet, or you do it one triplet, or 1, 2, and then I would go 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So what I do is this. If I'm playing with a metronome, I want to learn a melody. I want to play the rhythm exactly perfect. I play it real slow like this, and make sure I have the clicks on 1, 2, 3, 4. I will go like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So I would go 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. It's so hard to pun. 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3, 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. So what I'm doing is, it's hard to keep the count and sing and do everything at the same time because I'm doing it pretty fast to do that. But what I'm doing is, when you start really counting every note and thinking about thinking about each rhythm of the note, that's the point I'm trying to make is, you're actually internalizing the rhythm better, and deep down inside subconsciously, your mind plays with better rhythm. That's the whole point of this class today. So practice with your metronome like that. Counting and make sure you know your subdivisions of the beats. So I can actually read pretty good. So I wouldn't be, when I'm actually playing like a regular fast tempo, like let's say I'm playing faster. let's put this up to like 90. I'm not playing that fast. I'm gonna put it at 100. 2, 3, 4, 1. 2, 3, 4, 1. 4, 1. So what I'm doing is I'm just reading it like I would normally read it, but I'm actually more conscious about the rhythm because I'm thinking about the subdivisions in general. So I try to play more accurately. And a lot of people don't think about that when they're actually reading. They're just trying to read the notes and read the rhythms, but they don't think about the rhythms really deep in their in their soul. Like now I'm looking at music a different way when I'm counting. So when I'm just reading, I'll just read, but I'm subconsciously I'm thinking more about the timing to each note, like the accuracy of each note, and also the deep rhythm of each note. Because like a whole note, someone asked me, my drum teacher asked me, "What's a whole note?" I say, "Well, whole note's 4 beats." But what is a whole note too? It's 4 quarter notes tied together, for example. Okay, so when you think of it that way, it's like instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So those are whole notes. So, but if I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, I'm thinking of the whole note as 4 quarter notes. Your mind thinks differently that it's actually 4 quarter notes tied together, or it could be 8 notes tied together, or 16 notes tied together. So you play that really accurately in your brain, and drummers think like that because also that's all they have is rhythm. Okay, so it's very important to be able to feel rhythms and also have them internalized by counting. And drummers, ever since I've been studying drum with drum teachers, I've been checking out drummers. I think musicians should do that. I mean, I've been checking out the drummer Vinny Caliuta because he's a big, I never knew how much a monster this guy is. He plays with everybody. Herbie Hancock, Chick Corea, Sting. He played with Frank Zappa in the beginning, and and he mentioned the same thing. When he's a drummer, he counts everything, and all kinds of things that goes in his mind about counting. Permutations, odd meters. I mean, but everything is mathematical and it's logical. That's the whole point. It's all logical and it all works. It's all mathematical. It's nothing like some kind of weird rocket science where you think that he's playing some weird stuff at the time. No, it's all counted actually. So if you want to get deeply into rhythm, I think you should study with a drum teacher and check out drummers. So a couple more topics. I'm doing a short live lesson today, but one thing I like to do is so this metronome. You should practice in odd meters, which I need to practice more in too. I mean, we shouldn't get to odd meters too much today, but so this metronome, I don't know if you can see this, but it can go into like 3/8, 6/8, 9/8, 12/8, 5/8, 3 plus 2, or 5/8, 2 plus 3. I mean, all kinds of stuff. 4/4, 7/4, 11/2. I mean, just all kinds of stuff. But another thing you should practice when you're playing jazz is actually just play on one, like half notes. Let me show you. So I'm gonna. I have to turn my phone down because I'm just trying to see who's texting me, just in case there's a problem going live with people here. I had that problem before. Yeah. So hold on. Let me turn this down a little bit. So, for example, everybody, look at this. So if I'm playing, I like to change my metronome to like 1/4. So it's just one click. This is the first thing I like to do is just practice with my metronome. Just click, click. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I like to practice with my metronome on 2 and 4 when I'm doing jazz, particularly. So when I'm counting, this is another way to practice with the metronome too, just so you know. So when I'm counting, I like to go like 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 2 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There might be a latency. My hand looks slower. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. So that's a very common thing to do with jazz. To jazz with the metronome is practice on 2 and 4. So I'll practice the same way like I do with my other stuff rhythmically. I'll go 1, 2, a 1, 2, aerogin. See, I'm playing it. Now you notice I'm playing like a bass line. Now the reason why I do 2 and 4. If there's any questions, please send them to me. Let me just see if someone else sent me a question real quick. Reggie just sent one question. So look at this. So if I'm playing, when you're playing in a jazz band, the 2 and 4 is really important because the hi-hat does this and the drummer does it. You know, the hi-hat, the drummer plays a hi-hat like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So they hit the 2 and 4 just like that, okay? And the bass player emphasizes that too. He'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. I'm kind of exaggerating. So you hear the 2 and 4 are really emphasized. So that's a very common way to practice with your metronome is to emphasize 2 and 4. So let me put that on for a second so you get an idea. 1, 2, a 1. So and you notice people will go like this: 1, 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. So they're saying the 2 and 4 like this: 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. So you know what I'm doing too? I'm trying to think in my head when I'm doing the bass. I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2, so I can lock in better with the metronome. So if you start thinking like that, but you also there's a lot of things to think about. So I'm trying to think of the notes and the bass line. So I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. 1 and 2. Oh, so you know, I'm going. I saw I messed up there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. 2, 3 and 4 and 1. 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. So you notice too, we talked about the rhythms like 1, 1 and 2. What I'm doing too, I'm making these into swing eighth notes. I forgot to talk about that. So there's straight eighth notes and there's swing eighth notes. Also, there's swing 16th notes and straight 16th notes. So you can go like this with the eighth note, like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. So I'm doing swing 8 notes right now: 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and so that comes from the triplet actually. You know that we mentioned earlier. Sean mentioned like the triplet, or you can go 1 and 2 and 3 and but now you're taking the 1 and or trip and putting it into one note and go triplet, triplet, triplet. You know, you're holding the note over it. So if I'm playing straight eighth notes, it would sound like this. Here's the difference. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. It's the same tempo. Same tempo. 1, 2, 3. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Those are swing 8 notes. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Now I'm going to do straight. Okay, someone has a question. For newer musicians, what do you advise for someone just starting to play with others in terms of concentrating on downbeats with other instruments playing right next to you? Oh, that's a good question. So when I'm in a band, it's really, really important to lock in with everybody in the band. So the best way to lock in with other band members is to actually listen to them more than yourself. I tell my students all this time, tell this to them all the time. You have to be able to lock in to other musicians. So when I'm actually playing, let's say I'm playing with the bass player and he's going, and I'm playing the chords. So what I'll do is I'll listen to his bass line to make sure my chord fits right in there. So kind of like me copying myself and playing the bass line, I try to fit my chords right where he's playing the bass line. Okay, also, I listen to the drummer. Oh, I gotta learn that song, Ymir. I gotta learn a million songs actually. But well, anyway, Ymir said that sounds like Jen. I gotta learn that one. Jen Krishna. Who's that by? Send me that, Ymir. Send me who the composer for that is. I'm gonna take a screenshot of the live lesson at the end. But yeah, so when you're playing in a band, the most I learned this from Rufus Reed, the bass player who lives right here in Joe Henderson. Thank you. And when I say Rufus Reed, he told me that's one of his things that he teaches. Like, when you're a band, you got to think of it like a pie. I'm hungry now. I want pie. I'm just kidding. So let's say you're playing in a band. You're in a pie. You have the piano, bass, drums, and guitar. So you got to think of yourself as 1/4 of that pie in a 4-piece band, and your focus. You're a part of that pie, but your focus is around the whole band, actually. So when I'm in a band, I listen to everybody else more than myself, actually. Because what happens is when you listen to yourself, you actually lock in better in many ways, not only with timing, but with like harmony, caller response, everything that has to do with playing in a band. So I'm doing everything in that fashion when I'm actually doing when I'm in a band. So that's how you lock your groove in. And that's part of timing too. Like when someone's playing an off rhythm in the band and you're playing on the beat, it's better you follow them. And so you're playing with them in time as well. So it's very important. So remember, so we were talking about, I have a few more things before I finish up here, but look. So for example, when I'm doing 16th notes too, let me make this into a straight 4/4. So if I'm doing 16 notes, so what I'm doing is I'm doing straight 16 notes right now. So I'll count in my head to 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1 E. This is kind of fast, 70, 1 E and 2 E, especially if you're counting out loud. 1 E and 2 E and so those are straight 16 notes. But what I like to do, in a lot of funk and rap music, they do swing 60 notes. So it's like this. 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1. Hear the difference? Straight. So they're like 8 notes, swing 8 notes, but put into 16 note context. So rap is a lot of swing 16 to 8 notes, actually. Let me put that slow. Oh, that's too slow. So I'll do that song 8 Mile like this. swinging that those notes, the B flat, G. I'm hitting a D drum. So what I'm doing is I'm doing swing 16 notes there. That's a great example. So a lot of rap and pop, a lot of rap music is actually from jazz. The swing aspect of it, even the rapping and the syllables they use is like scatting in jazz. Now, if you hear a rap guy go, it sounds terrible because there's no groove to it. If you play it straight, so there's one interesting thing that I'm learning about. I need to work more myself on polyrhythms, like 3/4. But we're gonna get into that in a different lesson. But so I just gave you guys a few different ways to practice with the metronome. About rhythm and timing, etc., like that. So please watch the video. Yeah, thank you, Michelle. Great point. Rap derived from bebop. It is. I mean, I've heard that for years, and it is derived from bebop. Rap is derived from bebop and the swing, etc. Okay. If the rap swing, the six swing 16 notes, is from jazz. Actually, everything's from jazz and blues in America. So even rock. So this is a basic thing about rhythm, a basic live lesson about rhythm. So come back and watch this. Also, I want to let you know, whoever's watching, I'm doing a live workshop on Lively next Sunday, 2 p.m. It's jazz improv workshop. So we're gonna, and this time, because in these live lessons you can't really like interact with anybody. You're just kind of like talking into the camera here, and so I'm doing a Lively lesson. I'm gonna put that. It's called lively.com. What I'll do is I'm gonna give you the link right now to watch. I'll put it on my Patreon too. But if you want to attend my Lively workshop, I'm gonna put the link right here. That's next week, next Sunday at 2 p.m. Okay, I have a bunch of people signed up already. Another person just signed up today. And I work for this organization called Lively, and they present like live workshops. No, I present lessons through them, private and workshops. But they also have yogis, cooks, a lot of people from well-known rock, funk, and R&B bands, jam bands, all kinds of stuff. And tomorrow night, my Sunday evening jazz show, I'm going to have Mark Brownstein from the Disco Biscuits band. This band tours around. They do like they do a lot of theaters and stuff all over the country. They're pretty known. They do big festivals, and he's the guy that actually runs the program. So he's gonna be on my show talking about it and talk about me as a teacher. And he loves my stuff, and so he has me on this. He's as a teacher there too. So I'm happy to be there. One of the only few jazz guys in the website called Lively. So if you could join my workshop, that would be great. You, my friends from here on Patreon. And there's going to be a live playback on this. You can watch the link after this and watch it. And I'm going to make this public in a few weeks, okay? But thanks for watching. So this is just a basic introduction to rhythm on the guitar and the rhythm in general that you should be practicing on any instrument, okay? And I'll see you guys very soon. It's Ron Jackson on Patreon. I'm on all these websites. And I appreciate you guys watching. And I'll see you guys very soon, okay? If you have any questions, just send me a message on Patreon, or at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And I'll see you guys very soon for another live lesson next month on the second Saturday. And have a great weekend, okay? And I'll see you on social media or on Patreon. Otherwise, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Ron Jackson, actually, I'm going live right now if you're watching. So let me just hit this link on my other page here. Um, hopefully you'll see this. Yeah, I'm live right now. I see 4 people up here. Thank you for watching. Now, definitely, if you're on YouTube, just definitely send me a chat and make sure you can see me. And if you're on Patreon, try to send me a chat through YouTube, okay? Just because it's easier than I'm navigating between both sites right now. And if you want to join the conversation, you can actually, click on here. Great. Hey, Todd. Great to see you, Todd. If you have any questions, please let me know. So today, I have some special guests from my people that bought my book called Chords at Your Fingertips. Okay? And we're going to go through this book a little bit today, most of the live lesson. Now, this book, I'd like to thank Acoustic Guitar Magazine. I write for the magazine called Acoustic Guitar, and I have about at least 20 articles out from them. The last 2 issues, the first 2 issues of the year, I have an article. This one is about sweet picking. In this article with Ben Harper on the cover. This came out in January, so you can check that out. But these 3 lessons in here are from acoustic guitar and from Hal Leonard Music, and I have. Okay, and we're going to be doing, we're going to go over some the first lesson here, which is about walking bass lines. So what I'm trying to do is I'm going to, I'll talk a little bit about this stuff on here, but if you have your guitars ready, take them out. I know that we can't really do like a whole live Zoom kind of thing like I would do, but this is really good for you guys to see me and ask me some questions. So send me any questions or comments when you get a chance, okay? Let me see. This is a private link too. Unlisted link. So let me see all the messages, if there's any. Okay. So let me get started. So the first lesson we're going to go over, just to go over briefly, we're going to go over all 3 of them. Is really just a lesson about walking bass lines. It's a real mystery for a lot of guitar players to play bass lines, who want to play jazz. So we take this in this weekly workout. If you own the book, remember you have videos that go along with this book. Okay. It's just right here in the beginning. It tells you right at the beginning. You go right here. You'll see right at the beginning of the book. In the contents at the bottom where to go to find the videos to go with the book, okay? And it's really cool. So you have all the videos. Actually, I play everything through these videos, all my lessons, and the other guys on the book too. They have some great lessons in this book too. We're going to go over my lessons particularly. So let me start with number 1. Let me see. Hi everyone. Oh, hi Michelle. So, let me get started here. So, when I was getting into bass lines, I was at Berklee College of Music, I saw Joe Pass play. He actually was like, he was doing a clinic, a workshop, and he was like he's a real monster, that guy, with the walking bass lines and chords and soloing. So the hard part, one of the things, one of the first things I learned at Berklee was to walk a bass line. And there's a couple ways you could do it. On the guitar, I do on this lesson particularly, I do a blues in G, and the most important thing I want you guys to know is to simplify it. Hey Dan, good to see you. Dan, one of my great students. Great to be here. Dan got the book too, and so look at this. So when I'm walking a bass line, you should know how to do a bass line. And now doing a bass line is not even easy. You have to know how to connect chords at the right time, at the right place. So the easiest bass line, I start off in the lesson here. I talk about Freddie Green and comping and all kinds of stuff. It kind of comes from that. Comes with the comping. But the most important thing is to be able to do a bass line by itself. Okay, first, so I would go like this. So I'm doing a blues in G, like in this blues here in the key of G. It's just a typical jazz blues, a 4, 1 to 4 to C7 to G7, 1 bar, then D minor 7, G7, then C7, C diminished 7, C sharp diminished 7, excuse me, G7, B minor 7, E7, A minor 7, D7, G7, E7, A minor 7, D7. Now, for example, you should know this progression by heart. Never, when you're playing jazz or any style of music, you don't see like, some jazz bands you see a lot, like you'll see them reading music. But in general, you don't see a rock band or any famous pop band play with music in front of them. It looks bad. And, and people can't group to the music if they're looking at music. One of my friends who plays a lot of these famous bands like Bruce Springsteen said, one good thing is not to look at music when you're in the band. So you should memorize these songs. Now, memorize the blues, particularly in jazz, or any kind of jazz tune that you're learning. Now, this song is very common. I did it in the key of G just to make it a little bit easier. But, this same chord progression is for songs like Billy's Bounce, Now's the Time, Sunny Moon, for all the typical jazz blues tunes, okay, that you find. So the hard part is playing just the bass line and quarter notes. Now, when I play the quarter note, see how I'm emphasizing the 2 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. So that's really hard to do, okay? And you should be able to go through that. And then the next thing to do is do root fifth when you're taking solos. For example, when you're playing a bass line, I'll go like this: root fifth, root fifth, root fifth. Now 2 beats each. You can't do it there. So I'm going to the blues. Sorry. I gotta think about this. Now, just to do that, it's really hard to do, okay? So what I do, the next important aspect, so, that's a real simple bass line. That's a hard bass line to actually do and do it right. You see me, I was flubbing it up a little bit because I'm talking and playing at the same time, but so root fifth and root. Keep the steady beat though. Don't. When you're playing a bass player, if you're a bass player, you go, and then you miss a beat, the whole band's gonna go down the tubes, So you gotta make sure you keep that bass line going, even if it's a mistake. Just keep going. So the next thing is this, okay? If you have any questions, please send them. Let me see. I don't see any questions yet. I'm just trying to see. No, not yet. Okay. Just, checking in here. So the next thing is, I showed you here on the Acoustic Guitar Magazine Week 1 article that you're going to play the 3rd and 7th of each chord. So the 3rd and 7th is very important in 7th chords harmony in jazz. So what I mean by the 3rd and 7th is the root is 1. So in this case, if it's a G7, it's a G. Then the 3rd is B, and then the 5th is D, and the 7th, or flat 7th in this case, is a F. Okay. So what we do is we use those 2 notes together. So. Okay, so what I did was, when you play bass line, you walk a bass line on the guitar, or when you're comping in general, like the Freddie Green style. I didn't get to Freddie Green too much. There's an intro about him here, but in this article, in this lesson, but I didn't talk about him. He did a lot of comping with just the root and 3rd and 7th. He did that kind of stuff like this. Okay, so that's very important to know that voicing the 3rd and 7th over the bass line. That's why I had you start like that, because if you want to walk a bass line, you should really know the 3rd and 7th separately from the root of the chord. Okay, because then you'll get the bass line under that chord. That's what I actually do in this lesson. So Freddie Green's comp like that, actually. Okay, and that's a hard thing to do actually too. Things like that, okay? Okay, that's that exercise actually, but the point is you should know where your 3rd and 7th is in the chord separately. That's what I'm trying to say. If you're going to comp a blues, you should do like this. First, you do the bass line like I told you. Then you would just do the third and seventh by itself. Like that. You see that? That's what I have written out here in week 1 of this the Pass It On, which is page 35, everybody, just in case. You're sorry about that. I forgot to tell you the page number. That's the walking bass line. It's the first lesson in the book. Pass It On, page 35. I do it this way. Right now, I'm not playing the bass that's written because you should know that separately. And when we do these articles, there's not enough space to write all this stuff. Okay, so what I did was I separated. I just played the third and seventh of the chord. Now, you should know how to play the third and seventh of all your chords in general in diatonic, in diatonic major, for example. If I'm playing in the key of G, G major 7, A minor 7, B minor 7, C major 7, D7, E minor 7 flat 5, E minor 7 sorry, F sharp minor 7 flat 5. So I should be able to play the third and seventh. Now usually you can play the third and seventh this low if you want, but I put it up an octave and play the third and seventh up like that. See what I did? Now I'll put the bass there. So you have the fifth missing, and it makes it easier to play actually, to play it like that. So you should know your diatonic thirds and sevenths. Now, what's really cool is I have an exercise for this actually, and I'm going to put on my Patreon because some of the people are watching who are on my Patreon. Just in case people on the book are watching, from the book are watching my Patreon, you're actually streaming. I'm streaming live to my Patreon patrons as well as you guys, you know, who get these lessons all the time because they're patron. Okay, different kinds of lessons, not the same as this book, of course. So what's really cool is when you play that third and seventh and that bass note, you can actually do. See that? I can go like that. Then I can do root fifth. See how I'm stopping the bass or the chord? So to be able to do a bass like that root fifth, you have to adjust your fingers. So remember, the common chords that you play and the fingerings that you learned don't apply anymore. You just got to know where to put your fingers. Watch this. See, I'm adjusting my fingers. So that's how you come up with bass lines on that kind of, with the third and seventh and root. Now, so when I'm doing this exercise with the blues in B flat and in G, excuse me, like the blues is like this. So that's so this is a blues in G that we're going over. So when I put that bass line in, I'm going to be doing this. I'm going to go. I'll hold that chord out to do a separate bass line. See how that third and seventh is easier now? I mean, that bass line is easier with that third and seventh. Like that. Okay. Any comments or questions yet so far? Nothing? Okay. Let me see if anybody's live chatting with me right now. Nobody? Okay. So, what's happening is this. Let me see if there's any questions or comments so far. Nothing yet. Loud and clear. Someone, Todd, said loud and clear. Dan Alvo. Oh, what bass line can you play over G major? Oh, sorry, I missed Reggie's comment. What bass line can you play if G major 7 is 2 measures? Oh, that's a good question. What you can do is just walk up the scale. doing that approach note. Now that's the hard part. Walking a bass line over the same chord is really hard if it's just the same chord over and over. It's easier if you have a bunch of chords because you can just kind of walk through all the chords. When it's just one chord, you gotta kind of make up the bass line. See what I'm doing? See, I'm kind of like walking around. So I can actually go even fancier. Now, I'm doing a lot of fancy stuff now. I'm doing passing tones, approach notes. Those are part of bass lines, but it's hard to put those in if you can't just walk a very basic bass line first. You got to start throwing all the other stuff in later. So that's what I would do if I'm walking. Sometimes I'll reharmonize. See, I'm just trying to stay on the G, but I'll just maybe throw a 2/5 in there. So that's how I would actually throw something like that in there. So that's a really hard thing to do. Then I'm just staying in one position, but I can actually go. So see, I'm kind of mixing it up now when I'm doing the G major 7. So that's a great question, Reggie. That's the hard thing, to do a walking bass line over the same chord and making it creative. Okay. Now bass player we'll just go. He'll just do something like that. Now they don't also end on the root, everybody. So that's another tricky thing about doing bass lines. You don't want to just end on the root all the time. They might end on the 3rd or the 5th, or 7th or something, and not very common. Like Ron Carter, if you listen to that guy, he does a lot of great bass lines. So it's very important to check out bass players and learn real bass lines from them. So let's get back to this exercise, weekly workout number 1 out of the book. So if you have the book, this is a great opportunity for you to get, to check it out. If you don't have the book, go check it out. It's on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. So watch this. So I'll do that bass line like this. And what I started doing is, I actually have it written like this in the lesson. You should be able to do both ways. Okay, I have that first, so you get the Freddie Green thing. Then I start doing the bass line like this. To do this is hard. Etc. That's the next part. All roots, etc. I'll go through the whole thing. Yeah, so let me see something here. I'm going to check someone's making a comment, just to make sure everything's going okay. So, does anybody know how to walk the bass line already? Now from the book, let me know. Please let me know. Send me a message. Does anybody have any questions about how you place the 3rd and 7th and how you do the fingerings? No? Please send me a message, everybody, if you do. Okay. Let me see what else is going on here. I don't see any more messages. So good. So so let's get to the next part. Please send me more messages and questions if you have any. I'm gonna I'm just looking at some. So the next part of this lesson here, just to do a walking bass line like this. I have this written out. I'm just playing it separately. That's what I have written. Sorry. like that. Okay. So what I'm going to do next is that's the bass line I wrote on week 3 of the weekly workout. Can anybody play that already? Yes. Okay. If you can, let me know. And if you have a problem playing that bass line. So what I did was you got to separate the bass line from these third and sevenths, and you have to be able to play them separately. Okay. And so watch me. Now you got to put that third and seventh in there. Now what happens is, if you look carefully, if you look at between week 2 and week 3, you notice that the third and seventh is only for 2 beats now. Why? Because you don't need to hold that chord that long, actually. Because when you're comping a bass line, you're not going to go and hold it that long. Usually guys will go like this. They do different kinds of comping behind that. And that's another goal you have to get to, is not to just play these whole notes and half notes, but to do actual comping rhythms. And if you're a Patreon on my account, there's a whole lesson at the, like from last year. If you go to archives, if you just go back and, in the posts, I have this thing of all these different kinds of comping patterns from the Charleston, okay, which is very common in jazz, the Charleston comping pattern, which actually I show here in week 4. So if I'm going to play that bass line, I would do it real slow right now. So I'm going to play the week 3 bass line. Watch this. See, now I'm only playing for 2 beats. What I did was, now I started doing these bass lines that connect. They do. Actually, I stole these from different bass players that I've transcribed. So what I did was I just played a bass line, going up, split up the scale, then I went up chromatically to get to the C. These are almost like chromatic approach notes, but they're on bass lines. Okay, and I have a whole lesson about chromatic approach notes in my Patreon. All 16 of them. Then I went back down. To the C, to the B flat, which is the flat 7, and then went back chromatically back to the G. And then I went up the scale, root 5th, then root 3rd, then I went to the C7, flat 7, and then I did C diminished. Then I did an approach note to the G. Then I did a chromatic notes going up to the B, to the E. Then a chromatic approach note to the E7. Then a chromatic approach note from above to the A minor. Then connected the A minor to the D7. Then down the scale, back to G7. Chromatic approach to the E7. Then a chromatic approach from above to the A minor. The chromatic approach from below to the D7. Does anybody have any questions about chromatic approach notes? Now, if you don't know what that is, I'll talk about it for a minute. You can approach a chord tone like a G. Let's say you're playing a G chord. An approach note would be actually playing a note above each chord tone. So I'm playing a half step below each chord tone. So G, I'm playing the note right below F sharp. Then on the B, on the arpeggio, I would play A sharp. On the D, a C sharp. And then back to G, F sharp. So it sounds like this. You should be able to do that over any chord, actually. Usually you do it on the root 5th, root 3rd and 5th on most chords, not on the 7th, but you can. Okay, it gets kind of weird when you play the seventh, but it's possible because I do. When you're a jazz musician, you kind of do everything once you know how to do it the right way. Okay, so you have to learn these rules and then break them eventually. Okay, let me move this camera down just a little tiny bit. Okay, so you can see my guitar better. And my head's cut off a little bit. Okay, so yeah, so that's the next bass line. So what's happening on week 4? Because I don't want to spend too much time on this because we have a couple more weeks to go, a couple of more lessons. So the last lesson is basically a Charleston rhythm. It's actually like that. Sorry, I phrase these things so differently sometimes. I'll go. I might make it short. It's the same rhythm, but I'll go. This is a dotted quarter note to an eighth note. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. So what I'm actually doing is I'm doing a walking bass line under that. So that's hard to do. You got to go. Oh, someone had a question. Well, I want to get this question. What's this person saying? Oh. No questions? Let me see. Let me see who's saying a question here real quick. Oh, looks good. Someone said looks good. Okay. Okay. So what basically you're doing a Charleston rhythm. So you gotta learn how to do what I also if you have any questions about how to pick and hit the notes with your fingers, please ask me. I'm using hybrid picking. Okay, you can actually do with this picking with this bass lines, you can actually even do just all picking if you want. It's harder. You could use hybrid picking, which is pick and fingers, or you could use your fingers. Sometimes I use my fingers too. Actually, the easiest way to play this is probably with your fingers altogether. But in my case, I'm switching when I'm actually performing or recording whatever I'm doing. It's good to have my pick handy. So I usually use hybrid picking, but you could actually go. Watch. It's actually easier. So now I want to show you guys something, just so you know. You'll notice how the chord when I actually go from the D minor 7. Now you go. What happens is when you change a chord, to a chord, let's say you're going to D minor 7 to G7 for 2 beats each, and you're hitting a syncopation, you've got to hit the second syncopation note before you hit the chord because it's actually approaching the next note. So if I'm going, instead of going 1, 2, 3, it's 4. Instead of going, I have to go to get to that G7 note chord. Okay. So that rhythm, whenever you do a syncopation and it's syncopated up, you've got to play the next chord before you get to the next. You got to play that syncopation before you get to the next chord. So it sounds like this. Or it's hard to do. Have to do it slower. See how I'm anticipating that? So I anticipated those chords just like that. So that's how you actually do the walking bass lines in the weekly workout for Pass It On page 35 of my book right here that we're going over, called Chords at Your Fingertips. So this is actually for my patrons so they can learn bass lines. And if you don't have the book, please pick it up on my website. And these are for the people who already bought my book. They're inviting guests today. I have guests from all over who are private students sometimes on my live lesson, not on my Patreon account itself, where they get all the free lessons that they want that I put out in videos, etc. So just want to let you guys know, if you, all my patrons and everybody who's ever patron, I started a new thing. I'm going to give you shout outs on Instagram and YouTube on my YouTube end cards. I'm listing you on all my new videos, all my current patrons, okay? And of course, when you join, it might take a week or two just to get your name at the end card, because I got to put your name on the end card and then then edit it into video and everything. But I'll include you and definitely give you a shout out within a week. So thank you for watching if you're a new patron, okay? And if you want to join, just let me know. People who are, just go to my Patreon at patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic, and you can just join. Now, watch this. So the next lesson that I have in here is called Spicing Up Your Playing. It's out of my book, okay? And so jazz is, it talks about jazz is full of harmonies and all that kind of stuff, okay? That sound foreign to most people. Oh, yeah. So someone was mentioning about the new benefits I'm going to be offering through Patreon. I'm going to try to feature some patrons, for example, things like that. Do more interactive stuff with my patrons. So I'm going to be announcing that very soon on my Patreon and in public. On my Instagram and TikTok and everywhere everybody follows me, subscribes to me. And if you don't subscribe to me on YouTube already, please do. Thank you for 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. I appreciate that. I just passed that, getting close to 21,000 soon. Okay, and so I'm going to have some new benefits coming up with Patreon, okay? Because my Patreon's starting to get bigger and bigger. So now let's get back to the playing here. So in this weekly workout lesson, okay, so each lesson lasts for a week here. And we start talking about how to spice up your playing in jazz. So we start off with knowing your diatonic chords. I talked about a little bit about it on a minute ago. You should be able to play like a C major a chord progression in thirds. So that's what I basically do in this first exercise. So this is something that's very common that all students should know how to do. So the diatonic chords in C are just C, D, E minor, F, G, A minor, B diminished, C, okay? You should know that if you want to play music in general, okay? And then see how I played it across the neck. You can do it that way, or up and down the neck like this. And from any root on the string too, like, etc. Now, the next thing to do is learn your major sevenths. Like this.
1 sec.
Okay. So what I did was I just went up the scale like this. These are closed voicings, we call them, or drop twos. Now I have them written out like this on Acoustic Guitar Magazine, the book here. I mean, kind of like, you should be able to do any kind of fingering from any root on the string. So you should be able to do from here. See how I just went right to the 4-string root? And from here too. I'm going to go backwards. So those are the diatonic seventh chords. You should be able to play those. Let me know if you know how to play these. And if you don't, if you have any questions about it, I'll show you how to use the fingerings. A lot of this stuff is trial and error, so you need to really practice this just like I'm doing it right now. Like, I haven't done it in a while. It's a real basic technique, and it's not easy. It's kind of tricky. Now, the fingerings change, of course, according to the string you're using, of course. So the next part, I start showing like a typical 1-4, 1-4, 1-5 progression, okay? So it's like this. I'll do it fast. So, that's a lot of jazz tunes, just so you guys know, or just a very basic progression is just reharmonized. So a lot of jazz musicians like myself, we just like to reharmonize everything. You got to do it in taste. Sometimes if you over reharmonize a song, it just starts to sound like it's like an exercise or something. So your goal is to be able to like reharmonize like this. Just instead of going straight from a C to an F, you could just go throw in that C7. That's what I did in this exercise. Then make the F to a minor, 4 minor, 1, 4, 1, back to G7. Okay, so that's example 4 number in week 1 of this exercise. So that you have to start working on this and doing different keys and different exercises and try to experiment with that. And the next thing to do is to reharmonize this. This is all about reharmonization, adding flavor to your chords and progressions. I can go like C. Instead of hitting the C7 with just the root, I can go to the and add the third. See what I did? Then I went to F minor. Now I went to the C. And then what I went to C over G, then C7 over G, then I went to F over A, and then I went to F minor over A flat, and I went like this: C over G to G7 back to C. Or you can do it this way too. I have it written out like this. So when I read the chord symbols too, I can translate it to different things. What's written here is like this. I can do it this way. See what I did? I did exactly the same progression, but I started doing all the reharmonizations. And then the next example, week 2. So this is a great exercise. All these exercises take a week to learn because you have to memorize these and internalize this stuff. Okay, so now week 2. So that's the end of week 1. That's 5 examples. So week 2, we start throwing in the 7th chords. Okay, let me see if there's any questions. No questions so far. I guess people are just like like what I'm talking about and don't have any questions. Okay, so the next thing is so now we'll do this 1-6-2-5 progression. Okay, so you should know how to do that this way. Okay, so you should be able to do that. Then a reharmonization for that is basically replacing the 1 with the 6, with the third, excuse me. So you make 3, E minor to A minor to D minor to G7. Okay, that's a very common replacement for the C major 7. Could be the third. Okay, now the next example, you could just make this the C major 7 to the A minor 7, 1-6. Just make it a dominant. So they call it the 5-7 or the 2, which is D minor. So these are very, very common chord progressions that you see in jazz. Okay, and that you could just reharmonize. What we like to do is instead of playing like the 1-6-2-5, the diatonic chords, we could just go all dominant. We could just do an A7 there and then go D minor to D7, or you can make it all dominant. So they all lead to the next chord, okay, and go back to the 1. And then of course you go back to the third, E minor, and go A7, D minor 7, G7. So that's very common. So if I'm doing a song like I Got Rhythm, so I made a comment. Oh, let me see who said that. Can we go down here? I can't figure out how to go down. So someone made a comment about benefits. Let me see. Let me go to live chat. See live chat. I can't see them. Oh yeah, Patreon. Just so you know, patrons, you will get a dedicated discount code for use on discovery calls and tangible benefits, and additional live workshop every month for DIY music marketing, etc. Okay, so we'll talk about that too. So you can read about that in comments after. So when you're doing a song like I Got Rhythm, so the typical progression is 165, C major 7, E minor 7, D minor 7, G7. But what we do is we kind of mix it up now. I'll replace the C major 7 with this. Or then. So what happens when you start reharmonizing and putting these extra chords in, you have more of an arsenal to take a solo with. So I can just go. And so we reharmonize. That's why we reharmonize. So we can just, instead of doing that, we can go. I changed it around or. Okay? So basically that's what jazz musicians reharmonized and spice up their chords and playing and notes so they can spice up their solos. That's what they really want to do at the end. Okay? Then you can also do dominant 7th on the E minor now instead. And then do this thing called tritone substitution where you replace, instead of playing the A7, I play an E flat 7. Now, I don't want to talk too much about tritone substitution because we can talk about that for one lesson. Tritone is basically just a tritone, which is like a flatted 5th or sharp 4 away from the chord that you want to play. So an A7 would be E flat, and they share the same 3rd and 7th. Okay, so instead of doing that, we can go. I'm just replacing this chord and this chord with this chord. And it sounds weird. It's really symmetrical. Back to the C. So that's a very common progression. So with the tritone, okay? And I actually show that in example 12. So the 3rd and 7th are the same. These two notes are the same. It sounds like a song. So I do that a lot in my walking bass lines too. I mix them up. Etc. Okay. Now, example number what also we can do this too. Like this, we can do the C major 7 and do the tritone substitution of the A. Do the A, E flat instead. The D minor 7 to the D flat. Now, if I'm losing you guys, please ask me any questions about all these tritone substitutions because I'm getting lost talking about them too. I mean, I know what's going on, but if I was watching this, I'd be going, "Whoa, that's going by fast," and I go by pretty fast because we're gonna finish at 3. So, now example 4 is just you just instead of playing like the straight C major 7, you can just put a 9 in there. Okay, to make it more interesting. So I'm playing a C major 9, like that, and then I'm doing, or you can do this one on the D minor 7. You can play a C major 9 like that too. Only thing about the C major 9, there's no 3rd to make it sound like it's a major, that defines if it's minor or major. But it's a nice sounding chord, okay? So that's example number 15 of week 3. I'm just skipping by here to get through this quicker. And the thing is now, instead of playing dominant 7th with just like a straight 7th, you can spice it up by putting like a 13 and 9 like this. That's a really nice chord. Okay. I did that. I actually did it, sorry. And then, this is a C13 flat 9. And then an E over a G, which is actually what we call also in jazz. Let me see this one to make sure I'm playing it right. It's also called a G7, 13, flat 9. Okay, and then you can, then I'm doing a G minor 7, a D minor 7 to that chord. So basically I did a 2-5-1 with all these fancy reharmonizations now. You can play like this. Instead of going, sounds boring, you can do this. So there's a D minor 7, G, E over a G, they call it, or G7, 13, flat 9, to C major 9. Okay, now that's example number 16. Number 17 is just a C dominant like this. Now to spice it up that chord, I can just put a flat 5 or a sharp 5. So that's very common, and you can just resolve to F major 7. Now the F major 7, example number 18, to make it sound more interesting, you could just put a major 7 sharp 11 or sharp 5. So this is how you're changing. So just so you know, I'm going by quick here. You're just changing notes in the chord. So if I'm playing a C7, the 5, I can just make a flat 5 to make it sound cooler. Or I can take that note and raise it up one note to a sharp 5. The major 7, just change that note. The C, F major 7 to sharp 11 or sharp 5. So you have to really know your chord tones to be able to play all these fancy chords I'm playing. And also, if you're playing like a regular C chord, these are actually called line cliches, just so you know. Like, so if I'm playing this next example, example 19, and I go to the I can just raise the G, make it augmented, and make that a 6, and go back down. And you hear that a lot in songs, everybody. Like, I believe the children are our future. Da, 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 da. You know, it's like a very common progression. There's a lot of songs like that. But what about this? If I do that in minor, you know what that is. James Bond. So those are called line cliches. So a lot of jazz musicians like to spice up the chords like that, because when they're taking a solo, they'll use that line in their solo. They'll go like this. I'm trying to throw that note in like a solo. It's kind of weird. So it's very important to know these lines and chord shapes just to be able to do cool reharmonizations. And then, of course, you get to the major 7th one like this. That's example number 20. And the example 21 is a common one. You know, My Funny Valentine, My Fun, or Stairway to Heaven. This is the same line. From Stairway to Heaven, it's the same minor, major 7, minor 7, minor 6. And then this one I showed you earlier. Example 22. Okay, so that's my adding flavor. So we're going over my book here, everybody. And just so you know, I think I have a code still. If you want to get on my website, you save 20% off. If you're, you know, I think a lot of people bought my book on sale. You'll save 20% off if you go to my website if you use the code Sunday. I think it's still valid. Use code Sunday, and you get an autographed copy. Now, the last week, I'm going to try to go through this kind of quick, is we harmonized like Chet Atkins. He was one of my favorite guitar players. I used to know Les Paul, and Chet Atkins was like a great, you know, guitar player that knew how to harmonize and do fingerstyle stuff. So this basically, you know, you take a simple melody in the beginning, and you start reharmonizing it and making it more and more fancy. So we take a melody like this. Let me play it for you. Oh, Mary Had a Little Lamb. Okay, Mary Had a little lamp. Okay. So you can just do things. We basically just make it into a chord melody thing. So we're gonna go there. See what it is? See? Now, it'd be easier if I use my fingers because there's so many notes. That's the good thing about fingers. You don't have to worry about the notes in between. So I would go. This is example number 2. Oh, let me see. There's a comment here. Ooh, a comment. I'm looking for your comments, guys. Let me see. Oh, London Bridge or Mary Had a Little Lamb. Mary had a little lamb, actually, I'm getting hung up on Ronnie wants a little ham. So, sorry about that, guys. I have dumb jokes. But anyway, yeah, so that's London Bridge. Now, here's what we can do next. In this exercise, we start really harmonizing this song in chords. So we do this now. Watch this. Example 3. I'm using triads. Different kinds of triads. I'm sorry reading this. I don't know this by heart. See what I did? So you should be able to do that with your melodies in general. Especially diatonic thirds that I'm doing right now. That's what I just did. Okay? And then the next page, it gets really, really fancy here. I'm trying to do this quick. So now what happens is I start doing this. Watch this. If I do this slowly, it goes like this. We look at this carefully. Now this gets much harder. Watch this. Watch this. See, what happens is now we start putting the notes in different places, okay? So we're gonna go. Now watch this. Okay, now example number 5. We're gonna go to this part. Watch this. So the melody notes everywhere now. So what happens there, everybody? The melody notes on the bottom now. Now the first example number 4, just so you know, you don't always need to play the melody on top of the chord. The melody note in example number 4 is actually below the root, so it's like this. So it's hard to get that. You gotta make sure you have that melody note come out when you're playing it in the middle. So that's example number 4. You hear the melody in between? I'm trying to play that melody note right in between. So, and the example number 5, we're going to put the melody note at the bottom. Watch this. It's really interesting. And I actually like this exercise because I got to work on it myself. So it's like this. So everything's on the bottom now. Now watch this. Oh, let me see. There's a question here. Hey, Dan. Hi. Oh, so yeah, Dan said hi. Okay, good. So you see what I did? I learned this from like how hanging out with Bucky Picciarelli also, and they all knew each other. Bucky and Howard Alden, another great 7-string guitar player. I actually had him on my Sunday evening jazz show a couple weeks ago. And what you could put a melody in between the notes of the chord, on the bottom of the chord, on top of the chord. They don't have to be on. They don't have to be on top of the chord all the time. That's what I'm saying. That's how you really get into chord melody. Really deep into it. Oh, someone's asking a question. Let me see. Okay, live chat. Let me go back to this question here. So Dan, let me see. Is this voice leading? Is this voice leading, or you misunderstand the concept? So lame fire. So what's happening is I took a melody like Mary Had a Little Lamb. Okay, and what we did was in this weekly workout. It's the last weekly workout in the book that I have called Chords at Your Fingertips. If you don't have the book, because this is like from the owners of my book, like a workshop, also for my Patreon, so you can learn some new stuff too, and about reharmonization and all this stuff's in my book. You could take a melody like that and you could harmonize it with chords, and then start harmonizing, then putting the chords under each melody note. Different ways, and then you can start putting a melody note in between the chords. So what? So I put the melody note in between each. I have it actually. This part I have it in the middle. I mean, one note below the root. So see, I'm playing the chord like this. Now I'm putting the melody note not on top this time. Now that's really hard to do, everybody. See, the melody note's still in there. Can you hear the melody notes? Okay, the next part is okay. Hear that? Hear that? Now, next one. So what I'm doing is, now you can put the melody note on the bottom too. Now watch this. So the point is to be able to play the melody on top, middle, or the bottom of the chord. Here's the next one. See what I'm doing? Melody notes on the bottom. See what I did? So I can do it like this now. Let me start again. It's tricky. It's called Harmonizing like Chet Atkins, okay? Page 65. And that was week 2 example number 5. So week 3, we take a melody like this and here B flat and goes like this. Which is called Billy Boy, okay? And we start doing a reharmonization. This is a really hard one now. We're going to start reharmonizing that whole song into like one big chord melody thing. So it looks like this. Let me play it for you. Okay, so that's Billy Boy. So basically, I'm doing a chord melody. I took the melody and I just started doing the 1-6-2-5 progression. Put the chord changes under this. So this is the whole goal of you playing chord melody in my book, is to be able to do all this stuff. Let me see if there's any other questions here. So I'm trying to see the chain here. For any game themes, I'm pretty sure the background Zelda Palace's theme is good. Oh, okay. Dan said interesting comment. I don't quite understand. We'll talk about that later. Let me see what's on live chat. Great. You should be able to harmonize a song with a melody on any string. Yes, that's the whole point. Just so you guys know. Okay. I'm going to go over the last one exercise before I finish up. So if there's any questions, please. Someone had a question here. Let me see. Okay, good. So now in week 4, now this is a really hard exercise. In week 4 of the book here, it's like you do the complete chord melody harmonization of this song. And I haven't played this in a while, so I'm going to try it for you. So we're going to do, this is like a real complete chord reharmonization. So you should be able to do chord melody and build up to this. This is like the finale of the book, my piece. So it's going to sound like this. And I actually have this videotaped professionally in the book for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. So let me drink a little coffee before I play this. So watch this. I'm going to play it for you. I'm going to use my fingers to make it a little easier. So this is week 4, and I'm going to be basically sight reading this. It's going to be like this. I don't even look at the tabs. I always look at the notes because I know how to read notation, and that's pretty hard. Then it goes. Then I go. Then I go like this. Oh, I like this. almost perfect. So I basically played almost reharmonized every melody note on that piece for the very last exercise. So that's pretty complicated to do. So watch this. There's some parts here like let me try it one more time. I'm going to show you some specific parts before I finish up. So I start off with a minor 9, and then I do a C diminished, and then I kind of do like that implies F7, so you know. Then I use a sharp 2 diminished, B diminished, C minor. Then I do a 6 chord, okay, F6. Then I do a passing chord. I like doing this. Then I use a minor 7 flat 5 instead. Then I do like a little G major 7, G flat major 7 reharmonization. Then I do so I did like a passing, chromatic passing, descending chord progression like this: B flat major 7, A7, A flat 13, G13, G flat 13. Okay, no G13. Sorry, G7 flat 13. A lot of chords going by here. So it goes like this. So I did a chromatic chord going through that melody. Then I went like this. I did a line cliche. Then I did this cool thing. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of inversions here. Then I went. I like a lot of these passing chords going down. So that was the finale of the book, Chords at Your Fingertips. And you learn how to reharmonize all kinds of different things. And there's also kinds of other great exercises from great writers in this book too. So that's my second Saturday live lesson. Now, if you enjoyed this, and you're not a Patreon already, please join my Patreon. I have all kinds of lessons related to this and all kinds of other new arrangements that I have that aren't as fancy as this, but they're simpler and easier to play. And so if there's any questions, please let me know. Send me an email at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, which you probably have. If you want to study with me, let me know privately. Also, there's some tiers on Patreon that are cheaper than studying with me privately, because it's pretty expensive to study with me privately. You get less hours, but you get all the benefits, and get all the music through Patreon. And you pay a higher price, but it's a better deal than studying with me privately if you want to go that route. But if there's any questions, let me know. Thanks for watching. I'm just trying to see if there's anything missing here. And I really appreciate you guys on Patreon and everybody else and everybody that's been following me. Reggie, my great student who's studying with me for a couple of years. Dan Olivo, a new student, and used to be a former student, now another student. All these great people watching. I appreciate you guys. And if there's any questions, let me know. So these are my 3 lessons out of my book called Chords at Your Fingertips. I got to work on this too. Just kidding. Always have to work on something. Because, some of these lessons I've written, I wrote, like maybe 6-7 years ago, at least. So, it's always good to go back and relearn things. And I'm always studying anyway. So thank you everybody for watching, and keep in touch. If you want to join my Patreon, it's www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. I have it written here. Let me see. Let me just show you real quick. It's right here. Just join my Patreon right there. I think it's the right direction. And also, I'm having a sale. Because it's my 20th anniversary. I mean, my 1 year anniversary of my show. You could buy the book and everything here, and other sheet music there. Use code Sunday and CDs and everything else. Use code Sunday on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay. Thank you everybody for watching. And there's a playback on this too. So before I release it to the public, the playback's gonna last for a couple of months. Okay, and or at least a month. And thank you again. I'll be posting more stuff on Patreon as well this week, coming week. I'll do 1 or 2 posts at least a week. Okay, and thank you everybody for watching. I'll see you guys very soon. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think?
Oh, we can go.
Oh, I played that in H's then.
got your shots, boy.
Oh yeah, you too.
I'm trying. Thank you for attending my live lesson here on my Patreon. It's an unlisted link here. So I'm going to take any questions you have. I'm actually going to be, monitoring this on my side here. So please send me the questions that you'd like to answer. You'd like me to answer, and I'll do that. And thank you again for being a Patreon. I'm trying to keep all the material up there. It's hard to satisfy everybody with my material, but I try to give people basic information because I think a lot of guys on YouTube, on Instagram, and who have Patreons, particularly on YouTube, they give so much complicated information that most students can't even learn what they're talking about. So I'm very into basics because that's how I learned how to play myself. And if you have any questions, it's very important to answer. Let me answer them for you right now on on this live stream. So send me a question through YouTube chats if you can. And if you can hear me okay, please send me a message right now to make sure you can hear me okay. And I'll start off with playing a song. And for example, my last post was about actually all the inversions of the seventh chords. Now, the reason why I give you all these really basic things to learn is because most guitar players don't even know these inversions, okay, or even the basic inversions. So to be able to play play jazz or play any style of music, you really got to know the guitar neck and all the basic stuff. There was a great teacher out here in New York that's I'm sorry he passed away recently. His name is Bruce Johnson, and he was really a great teacher for this kind of stuff. So knowing the basics is one of the most important things to having a foundation to be able to play anything on the guitar or any instrument actually. So let me play you some chord melody on this 6-string D'Angelico I have here. And please send me some questions if you haven't not done that yet. There's a chat right open here, and I haven't seen anything come in yet. So please send me something. And because today's all about taking questions, okay? Oh, good, Sean. Good. Yeah, Sean's a great student of mine. Hi, Sean, and a patron, and he's been studying with me for I don't know how many months now. At least 5-6 months, I think. I'm not quite sure, but anyway, we're working on some hard tunes. So 3 months. That's all. Thank you, Sean. Wow, it seems like longer, but you learned a lot of stuff in 3 months actually. So we're going over basic stuff, everybody. So so for example, we've been playing a song called Along Came Betty. So there's a lot of chords in this song. And what happens is if there's a lot of chords in a song, the best way to be able to play over jazz is not all this complicated stuff people are telling you to do when you're watching a lot of videos and all these fancy lines. It's just to be able to play the basic scale at the right time in the right place, because that's the hard part. Now the fancy stuff comes after. So let me play you. I'm going to play actually right now Along Came Betty because my student Sean's watching, and I'm going to play along. And what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to actually do this with a play along. I'm going to do a solo on this. So I'm going to show you how you can practice these kind of things. 2, 3. was, if you have any questions, please send them, please, because I'd like to get some feedback. What's happening is I'm actually playing scales through the chord progression of a song called Along Came Betty by Benny Golson. And there's a lot of chords to this song. And the hard part is not playing fancy jazz lines. The hard part is just being able to play the right scale or arpeggio over the chord progression while you're playing. So if I'm going like this, the chords go B flat minor, E flat 7, then B minor, E7. There's a lot of chords. Now these are a lot of 2/5 progressions. They call them. So there's a lot of chords on this song. This is what they call an advanced song, Along Came Betty. And to be able to get through a song like this, you just have to do really basic things to be able to play these kind of solos, etc., through this piece. So, I mean, I teach my students real basic stuff so they have a foundation. And once you have the foundation, you can actually get through these songs pretty easily, actually. So one of the things I like to use a lot is memorizing finger patterns. So whenever you do a scale, I mean, you should know how to play your scale across the fingerboard, but you should be able to also play the scale one octave from anywhere, any scale, but different fingerings that you can memorize. So like, let's say I'm playing a C major scale. Let's make it a G major scale. Now, see that way I played it? I can play it this way too. See how many ways I just played that scale? Well, you should be able to play your scales in one octave all the way across the neck and up and down the neck without getting lost. Any kind of scale, major, minor, augmented, whatever scale you're playing, diminished. All the, any kind of mode, the melodic minor or harmonic minor. The point is, you have to really know your neck to be able to play, to master the guitar, but also to be able to play jazz. So what I tend to like to do is I'll be able to play across like this. So I'll go one octave, and I'll try to memorize that one fingering. So I can just move it around the neck. I'm using the same fingering, everybody. So I like to use those techniques because it's easier to get through chords and chord progressions once you know one fingering, but you have to memorize the pattern. Okay, now so I tend to have my students learn these fingerings like using different string roots. Like you use your third string root. So if I play G like this, so I went. So this is like I have to play it up an octave higher. I could do it here actually. So that's one fingering, that's one string root pattern. This is another string root pattern, 4-string root. So that was third string root, 4th-string root, 5th-string root. Then I have to do it here, 6th-string root. So those are the different 3-string roots that I use. The thing is, a lot of students in the beginning, when they're learning how to play jazz, they always think of the root, but you have to eventually break out of being able to play the root and be able to play from any note of the scale. Okay, so any degree we call it in music. So this is the first degree, the first note, second, third, etc., going up the scale. And that's how you get all your fancy notes, like the like the 9. You count up from the root. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a 9th. The ninth is the second note of a chord up an octave. Okay, or the sharp 11, which is a flat 5. All these fancy notes. The 13 is actually the 6th degree of the scale going up one octave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13th chord. So that's how you get your fancy notes on chords. You build up in thirds or different intervals, and you see what it is in relationship to the root. But you should also see these chords, and all these chord tones without looking at the root all the time and be able to find it. So that takes a lot of experience and time and practice. So those are some of the things I'd like to talk about. Now, I know there's only a couple of people watching because I only gave an unlisted link to some people, and it is the summer. So it's hard to get people to watch a live stream, but this is going to be re-shown again. So I'm going to remind people on Patreon that they can watch the replay until I make it public for my fans on YouTube. And I'd like to thank my over 26,000 subscribers on YouTube right now for being subscribers. I appreciate it. And and when I go live there, I have tons of people watching me there all the time because it's public, and I get a lot, and I get a lot of engagement, followers, and questions, tons of questions, too many questions. So today was it's a day about asking questions. So does anybody have a question, please? The two people watching, who's watching actually? Raise your hand. Send me a message and let me know what's going on. Let me play you a song for now. I'll play you a solo guitar piece. I'll do like a little ballad for her. Yeah. So that was called But Beautiful, chord melody piece. Now, if you have any questions, please send them to me. I'm trying to see if there's only a couple of people attending today. I actually didn't advertise this particular live stream that much. Oh, are there any methods to sight reading a piece into a solo guitar piece? Oh, Sean, that's great. That's a great question. Let me see. I'm gonna let me take a song out of the real book here, Sean, to show you. For example, let me get a song. Let me just pick one song, for example. If I'm reading a song that I don't know and I want to do chord melody, that's a great question. Let me get this song. Let me pick something easy. So look at this. Sean, I don't even know this song at all. I've seen it in this book. It's called My Buddy. Huh. Okay. So this is on page 284 in the the regular real book, the legal real book actually. And if you look carefully, it's a G major 7 chord. Okay, when I'm sight reading a piece, okay, like this. First, I'll look at the melody and see how it relates to the chords. So this is a D note. So the melody goes like this. First, I play through the chords. So chords go like this: G major 7. It's a ballad. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm doing it slow, fast actually. G6, 2, 3. B diminished 7. A minor 7, D7. So that's the first 8 bars. So next, the melody goes like this. It's actually in 3 too. It's like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. It's in the key of G. So you have to look at those things too. See, sometimes I skip over those things when I'm reading because I didn't start out playing guitar reading actually. So I did everything by ear. So this song is actually first thing everybody has to do, which I'm guilty of not doing, is look at the key signature and the time signature. So it's the key of G, and it's which is 1 sharp, and it's 3, 4. So now I went through the chords a little bit for you guys. So the melody goes like this: 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So that's the melody in the beginning, okay? But so now, if I'm going to play through this, this note, that note is a D, and that's a G major 7 chord, okay? So I know that's the 5th, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the chord. So I know I can play this chord on here. I can play this chord on the bottom of that D note. I can play a major 7, or I can make it more fancy by putting like a 9 here. I can make it a 6, 9. Any chord that can fit under that D note. That's a major 7 chord. So you gotta see the chord scale relationship. Then the next note is a B. B, so that's right in the chord. So I'm going 1, 2, 3. Then it goes to the G sharp diminished. Now, the G sharp diminished looks like this. So that note's already in the chord. So it's the same melody. So I can go like this now. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then I can go the A minor 7. It has these notes in it. Has those same notes there. And then it goes to D7. There's a B on top there. So that's the melody note on top. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So that's the melody note. So I can put all these chords under there now like this. Watch this. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So the thing is, the problem with this melody though, it gets really low. But I can still do it open, like I could, the next note is G. It does that, so I have a G6 on the bottom. So I can do that. And then it goes, then A minor 7. So that's a little low. So what I suggest a lot of guitar players, when they're doing chord melody, they're sight reading, you have to learn how to transpose up an octave by reading. Now, most guitar players have a hard time reading. They only use tabs, unfortunately. And, you know, I think it's great these days on YouTube and everything to know tabs. But it's, you know, you have to really know the song to be able to play tabs. You can't just like sight read and hear the rhythms and everything without using tabs. I mean, with tabs, you understand? You need sheet music. You need to be able to read music. So I'm going to play this up an octave. So it's going to be like this now. Watch this. So I did all with chord melody, sight reading, chord melody. So I know all my voicing. This takes a lot of experience to learn how to do these kind of voicings and being able to put a chord melody on top. But you know, but the best way to do this, like I tell my students all the time, is to just practice, you know, and try to work this stuff out, and to really learn your neck and your intervals and read. I mean, everything is practice, everybody. It's like a lot of people, guitar players want to take shortcuts. You know, there's no shortcuts in music. You know, because what happens if you take a shortcut, you're going to get lost and you're going to fall in a hole someplace along the way in the shortcut. You know what I mean? Or you'll get lost during the shortcut. And the best thing to do is practice, and, you know, practice things thoroughly, know your basics. So I'm just basically playing a melody on top of a chord, but I know from studying all these years and playing, I know what the note is against the chord. And I can read this and do it by looking at the sheet music on the spot most of the time. You know, I mean, some songs can be much more difficult. This is kind of simple. So if I keep going through the song, it sounds like if I keep doing chord melody, I'm going to sight read the chord melody again. 3, 1, then it goes to this. 1, 2, and then it goes to the A minor. 3, 1, 2, 3. So I'm gonna start from the top. Now I'm doing the whole song chord melody. My Buddy, this song is written by Walter Donaldson, Donald Down, and something Gus Kahn. So here's the whole melody, chord melody, sight reading. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. So that's the whole song, chord melody. So, before I finish up here, I'm going to do about half an hour of live streaming for today, and I'm going to be reposting this, and you can watch the playback after. If there's any questions about anything today, please let me know. This is a relatively short live stream today, but we only have 2 attendants right now, and when I put it on YouTube, there will be a lot more views for after. But if there's any particular questions you want to know about soloing, technique, chord scales, walking bass lines, anything, let me know right now, and I'll try to answer the question real quick. But I appreciate you guys being patrons and being students, and for watching. And it was kind of last minute notice last night about posting this to my patrons. I actually sent everybody a message to watch this, but you can actually watch it playback anytime. So you can just go back to the post on Patreon and hit the link, and you can watch this playback about what we covered today. Now, if there's any questions or anything about chord melody, please let me know. I have some good reference materials here. Like for example, this new book that has been doing pretty good for a lot of my students have. It's a great book for learning how to do chord melody. So if you ever want to get this book, an autographed copy, let me know, because I have them some in stock. They were selling out for a couple of weeks, but I got some more in stock. So it teaches you how to do walking bass lines, rhythms, all kinds. Chord melody, harmonizing melodies, all kinds of cool things. So if you want to get into that, please let me know. Again, this is Ron Jackson. This is my Patreon only live lesson. And if you guys want to join my Patreon after this, who's ever watching, please sign up at patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic, and I'll have some cool content up there, different kinds of content, all original. And thank you for listening, everybody. And keep in touch, and we'll talk soon. And follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. All my handles are Ron Jackson Music, everything. Okay. So everybody, have a great day. And I'll be seeing you guys soon for the next live lesson in next month, okay? During the summer months, a lot of people are on vacation, but, well, I don't know about, right now, these times, but, a lot of people are out now. So we'll talk soon, everybody. Thank you very much, Ron Jackson. I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. Hey, everybody. It's Ron Jackson here on Facebook and YouTube and Twitter. And I'm going to be going live as well on Instagram and TikTok. And just so you know, I'm going to be taking questions and answers. I'm going to play a song. So let me go live actually right now on Instagram and TikTok as well. So I'm going to be taking questions and answers. I'm going to be playing a song called Nobody Else But Me on the 6-string guitar. Then I'm going to switch to 7-string so you can see the difference a little bit here. Let me go live right now on Instagram and TikTok as well. So everybody, I'm going to be taking questions and answers. And also, just so you know, I'm having a sale on my website. It's 40% off everything, and it's going to be ending very soon. It's an extended clearance sale. And, please share my live stream with everybody. Just so you know, on TikTok, I appreciate you guys. You guys are my biggest fan base. And, please share my, follow me and just share everywhere you can. I'm going to actually be playing the same song on on 2 different guitars. The difference between playing a 6-string and a 7-string. So let me get started. So let me try that on the 7-string guitar. Then we'll take some questions and answers. So hear the different sound completely on the 7-string. Check this out. Okay. So I'm going to take out my new Benedetto. You can ask about this guitar and the equipment I use too as well. Look at this. So this is a completely different sound now with the 7-string. Here we go. So that's the 6 and the 7-string guitars played differently. So let me take some questions and some comments here from my fans out here. Hey, Bill, can you hire me for your next record? I promise to practice. Okay, yes, Bill. Yes, I'll hire you for your next record, and I promise that you'll practice and you'll pay me for my next record. My friend Bill usually just wrote me on YouTube and actually on Facebook, and he's a great saxophone woodwind player, man. Been around for years. Played with George Benson, one of my heroes, and he just texted me, and I really love this guy, and I haven't seen him in years. But let's play soon, Bill. So everybody, this is a question and answer session for all my fans here, and let me grab me something. So if you have any questions about equipment, guitars, anything you like, just send me a question on on a comment, and I'll answer them as best I can. And I'd like to thank all my sponsors. I love this new Benedetto 7-string guitar I have here. If you have any questions about that, the 16B, that'd be great. Starting with how to tune the guitar. What are the first 5 or 10 things a complete beginner should learn before moving on to the next step? Get a teacher. That's what I think. Don't look at YouTube videos all the time. That's what I suggest. A lot of people don't have any idea how they really play until they have a teacher to show them, look, you're playing this correctly, you're doing that correctly. So that's from new gun guy. Well, you have guns. Okay, that's nice. So so I always suggest getting a teacher, and then they could show you at the very beginning what you're doing and what you need to learn. But YouTube and everything is great, all the social media stuff, but you really need to have like a real teacher to show you. And when I was a kid, I was self-taught, but I had friends that actually showed me, some basics. So when I went to Berkeley, I kind of knew how to play the guitar, not like as good as I wanted to, but you need to have a teacher to show you things, guys. I'm telling you, watching videos, you cannot really judge yourself. You can't say, well, you're playing this note like you're playing a note like that. You're not making any sound. You need to have someone show you, look, you got to put your fingers the right way. You have to curve your fingers, put your thumb behind the neck, and depending on what you're playing, just all the basic techniques. You need to start with the basics first, and a teacher really helps with that. Now let me answer some other questions. That was great question, guy. New gun guy. Let me look at my Instagram people here. Let me see. Happy Sunday, Indiana. That's great. 955. If you have any questions, please send them your way. I'm gonna wave to you guys. And also TikTok, I'm going to answer your questions too. I always have tons of questions from TikTok. Let me see. I'm going to wave to all these people here on Instagram and see if you have any questions. Please send them your way. Let me see. Any questions on Instagram yet? Coming soon, I hope. Maybe you do. I just can't see them yet. Let me see. I'm going to go with TikTok in a second. Getting there. And please share my live stream, everybody, because and if you don't follow me, please do so. And that would be great, and let me see. I'm looking here. I'm looking. Someone gave me a heart. That's great. Let me see. No questions on Instagram yet that I see. Maybe there are. Nothing yet. Oh, close. Let me go to Brian. Brian is the best guitar teacher. Great. So who are your favorite 7-string players? Okay, someone's asking me that on TikTok. Look. Can you see this? Oh man, you can't really. Let me see if I can't really take this off too easily. Look at this. So my favorite 7-string players are on this shirt here. If you can see it, you can see it on TikTok. You can actually see it on my Facebook and everywhere else. My favorite 7-string jazz guitar players are Bucky Pizzarelli, who got me to playing 7-string guitar. Howard Alden, he's great, man. George Van Epps was the godfather of 7-string guitar. Okay, Jimmy Bruno. I saw Jimmy recently at the Rocky Mountain Artstar Festival in Arvada, Colorado in September, and he stopped playing 7-string. He said it was hurting his fingers. So he said, and he said he hardly used the 7th string. I try to use as much as possible. Okay, John Pizzarelli, Bucky's son. Okay, also Lenny Bro, who played a 7th string with a high pitch A on the first, as the 1st string. Of course, Steve Masakowski. Okay, or Steve Haberman. And of course, Ron Eschete, out of California. He's another 7-string player. Or Ron Jackson, if you want. Okay, so those are my favorite 7-string guitar players. Oh yeah. So he was wondering if I had a beginner list. Oh yeah. So someone said if I have a beginner list. You know what? If you're going to learn how to play beginner guitar and you're an adult, complete beginner guitar, that's kind of hard to do. Use some Mel Bay books. Also, there's a book that I've been using recently that I got for one of my students that's Leica. She's a great singer out in St. Louis. I teach her every week, and she's a complete beginner. And if you get started, I've had beginners start with this book, which is a college book, the Berkeley Modern Method for Guitar. You can find that at my Amazon store if you want. Berkeley Modern Method for Guitar. It's a great book. Okay, everybody. So you could actually use this book too to start off with. If you're a kid beginner, you can use, these FJH method books that I use for kids. Okay. Those kind of books, or the Mel Bay books, they're good. That's for complete beginners. There's another book that I don't have it in front of me because I have it like on a Kindle that I use with my students. And they do mostly chords. But what's good about the Berkeley book is you start doing scales and chords, everything together. So you could save everything right now. You know, all my books like this. I have my Course at Your Fingertips books right now. If you go to my store, ronjacksonmusic.com/store, you can use BYE 40 and save 40% on everything in my store. Okay, so check it out. So let me take some more questions. Okay, that's by and so you can get everything at vinyls as well on my store on my new album. Okay, so let me answer some questions. Let me see. There's two people that have questions here. Are there any instruments other than that I'm interested in playing it besides guitar? Oh, that's a good question. So someone put this question up, and that's a great question. Uh, yes, I mean I have a piano over here. I have banjos, and I play bass too as well, which is a string instrument. And I play some drums, but you know what? It's so hard to keep up with the guitar that I mainly focus on the guitar, especially 7-string guitar. I find it easier to play the 6-string guitar. It's just, after playing 7-string guitar, when you play 6-string guitar, except for what I call missing string syndrome, I find that it's a little easier to play the sixth string. So let me take that out for a second. And so when I pick up a 6-string guitar, I find it a little easier just because there's less strings. The only thing I have a problem with when I'm playing 6-string guitar now from 7-string, I have this thing called missing string syndrome. Sometimes I think there's a 7th string down here, so I have to adjust. But physically, it's easier to play. Even though I use these heavy strings here, I use 14s. I use 14s on my guitar strings, okay? And look at this. You see that? So I use these Labella jazz tapes, and these are 14 to. I use them on this guitar too. So they're 14 to 79 if you play 7-string, and 67 on your 6-string. So I just basically play the same strings. They are nylon tape strings, okay? And so I find it much easier to play guitar, a 6-string guitar, because the 7-string, man, you really have to think a lot. Not only about thinking about hitting the notes, but you actually have to, it's a different spacing, so you could miss easily on the 7th string. On the 6th string, since I'm so used to it, I've been playing it for years. So, I mean, it's a little easier to play on the 7th string. If I'm trying to do that, I have to think a little bit more. Watch this. If I'm trying to play really fast stuff on the 7th string, there's a 7th string there, so it kind of messes you up a little bit. Let me do that right now. I can do it, but it's like weird to play really fast on the 7th string. So, that's why I don't play any other instruments right now. So what's happening is that 7th string, man, you have to judge your distance more. So it's kind of hard, okay? Someone said have a nice shirt. Thank you. So that's why I play mostly 6- and 7-string guitar, and I don't really play any other instruments, but I should practice the piano because that's really good to do. So that's a great question. Let me see. Someone had another question here. What type of music do you like to play? Let me see, cancel. Let me show you. Oh, so I like to play mostly jazz, but I love all styles of music, actually. I love funk, rock. I started out playing rock, I saw a lot of rock concerts when I was a kid, actually. I love all styles of music. I love classic. I studied classical guitar a little bit, Brazilian, everything. It's all hard to play and really master well. I think most guys who play guitar or any instrument, they're really good at one thing mainly, and they can play other stuff. But it's hard to find someone who's a rock guy who's really like an amazing jazz musician or a jazz musician who plays amazing rock. It's just because it's so different. The whole style. I mean, it's everything's different. But there's some monsters out there that very few guys who are real monsters who do everything or could do everything. But I think it's rare to find that. So I mean, yeah, I played mostly jazz because I always loved jazz. But I was into rock when I was a kid, and kind of like country stuff. I love all styles of music, country and picking and all that stuff, So let me see. I got to answer some questions now. on TikTok because I'm neglecting my big fan. I have the most fans on TikTok, everybody, just so you know. And I can't let those guys not answer a question. Can you walk and chord at the same time on the 7th string? Of course. Someone's asking me, can I walk on the 7th string? That's what it's all about. Let me see if I can do something. Yeah, so that's walking on the 7th string, which is very common on the 7th string to walk. Okay, that's a good question. Do I ever rip it up on nylon string? Actually, someone asked me if I play nylon string. I'll show you real quick. I got a 7th string nylon here too. I got all the guitars, everybody, and all the 7th strings. So I got a 7th string nylon right here. I gotta tune it up. It's been hanging. Oh no, this is my 6th string nylon. Sorry. Let me get my 7th string nylon. I don't want to drop these things. So watch this, everybody. So someone's asking me if I have a 7th string, a nylon. Here's a nylon. So this is a 7th string nylon. So this is a really great guitar made by Cremona. I'm a Cremona artist. If you ever want to get a Cremona guitar, let me know. I'll get you a good deal. So this is a 7th string nylon, everybody. Look at this. Hey, man, how many guitars do you actually need? Oh, man, you know what I say, Liam? Someone's asking me how many guitars I need. I need as many as possible. It's funny. I mean, talk about guitars all the time, but we have too many of them. Actually, I just traded one in recently. I have like at least 20 guitars, but I get them a lot from companies directly. Like I have 4 or 5 of these Cremona guitars. So this is a 7th string. So these are nice guitars. Yeah, so this is a 7th string nylon, everybody, that I own. I use this on recordings and stuff too. So yeah, I own all the 7th string guitars. So I also have I don't have any solid body 6 strings anymore, but I have a couple of solid body 7 strings, but they're over here in my collection. You don't see them, but I have them hanging on my walls back here. So yes, I play nylon, just so you know. Thank you. So yes. Let me see. Let me keep answering. Let me ask you some questions now on TikTok. Wow, as many as your wife can afford. That's a good one. Yes. So everybody, that's a good one. Yeah. So I have as many guitars as my wife can afford. And you know the saying. You know what a musician is who has no wife or girlfriend? He's homeless. It's a dumb joke. Anyway, so yeah. Any question you want to ask me, everybody, just ask me right now. I'm going to go for probably about 10 or 15 more minutes. Yeah, someone has a nylon gold on Guitar Santa. Yeah, Guitar Santa, you have a guitar for me for Christmas? Anyway, he said that joke. Now, yes, I tried those go down 7 strings. I used to have one, a go down actually. I sold it about 10 years ago, but I need to get another go down. So, well, maybe not. because I don't know if I need all those guitars anymore. But yes, those go down guitars are great, man. Especially when you're playing live, they have a great sound through the amp, and they don't feedback. They're great guitars. They're out of Canada too, so I like Canada. So let me see. Let me keep asking some questions here. Do you know how to get jazz guitars to leave your house? No. Tell me later. Tell me later, Guitar Santa. Let me answer some other questions here. 1 second. Someone says, God damn, you're mad good. I'm trying, man. You know what? Just so you know, everybody, I'm trying to practice as much as I can, but it's hard, man. Too much business, and actually, last year was my one of my best years as a musician, and so it's just so hard to keep up with this stuff, all the social media and my Patreon and my stores and all this, and all my fans. Thank you, everybody, for being a fan, and please share my page with all your friends. If you're not following me, please follow me. Let me keep looking at your messages here. And Lenny did some amazing country type stuff too. Lenny, bro, yes. Have you ever enjoyed any metal or anything like that? Of course. You know what? I don't want to show you guys, but I have one of these Abasi 8-string guitars back here. I love Tosin Abasi, man. He's one of my heroes. I've talked to him on Instagram a little bit. I met him in person when I was in LA recently. He's great. And I love Animals as leaders. They play some crazy music, man, that I need to practice. But I have an 8-string guitar over here that's hidden behind here. And I can't take all these guitars out. I've had this guitar for about a year more, and I haven't taken it. I need to practice it. So tell me to practice, and I'll do it. So I have an 8-string. It's like, if you think 7-string is hard, take a look at 8-string, man. It's a really, really difficult, man. Really difficult for me. And Tosin could go between 8, 7, and 6, and he plays even when he gets to 6. It's like even easier for him. It's like, he's like 6-string is easy. That guy's amazing, man. So anyway, let me keep going. I love Megadeth. Do you like reggae? Of course I like reggae. Bob Marley. I mean, Toots and Maytals, all those guys. Can you walk now? Jinkies must have an 80 on the 7-string. Yeah, someone says this is a 79 on my 7-string, everybody. That's kind of normal. But I need, I don't like, just so you know, if you play heavy strings, that's a good question. You get more of a sound in general, a bigger sound, and you don't need to rely on the amp for your sound. When you play with lighter strings, you need to rely on the amp for more sound because there's less, density of the string. That's normal. That's why Pat Martino, man, he had such a big sound, man. I think he used 15s or 17s, or I don't know. He used heavy strings, I forgot when I studied with him what kind of strings he had. 14s, yeah. When I play 6, I usually feel like something is missing. Oh, yeah, really? So pick up a 7-string. You can take lessons with me. Oh, Steve Haberman is your teacher. Wow. Is that Steve Haberman? No. I didn't know Jimmy played 7-string. Yeah, Lenny, bro. Yeah, I see George Van Epps. Brian is the best guitar teacher. Thank you. Who's your favorite teacher? I use 7 on the low end. So everybody's asking me on my 7-string, I use a low note. So this is a standard tuning: E, A, D, G, B, E, and A. So it actually is 2 octaves below the A, the 5th string A. And I have to keep this into. So everybody, just so you know, if you're asking me, everybody's asking me what tuner I use. So I use the I use the Peterson tuner. Okay. It's the strobe tuner. You see that? So that's the A note, kind of. I have imperfect pitch, just so you guys know. And these are great tuners. They're the best tuners. And I'm one of their artists. I have the Seymour Duncan hat on. So anyway, I'm one of their artists, and they're great. And they make the best clip-on tuner. They're expensive, but they're the best. So you can go to my Amazon store and check it out. The Amazon clip-on tuner. Go to Amazon.com/store/Ron Jackson Music and you can get this. They're like $85, but they're worth it. This newest model has a long-lasting battery, and it's the most accurate tuner you can buy. So these are great. So look at this. So this is a low A. So with the low A, you can get really cool sounds. You can double. You get that low sound. And what's really cool, you could do the slam Stewart bass lines like this. So you can do those low fits on the bottom of your guitar, okay? Like Slam Stewart, the bass player, he used to sing those things out. Now, someone has a question here. Has it been hard to stay afloat in terms of being a jazz guitarist in this day and age? I would imagine social media helps, but in some way, I think it's also more difficult. You know what? Just so you know, everybody, someone's asking me a question, is it hard to stay afloat as a jazz guitar player? Yes. It's hard to be a jazz guitar player, but you can do it. It just takes a lot of work. And, that's what I love to do. And I appreciate all my social media followers. And, it's been really good for me to have all the social media, people following me on social media. But you know what? I like to perform. So I've been touring more and, booking stuff overseas and all over the country. You can't just do social media. You got to have live events and other things happening as well. So I'm also involved with teaching, and all kinds of stuff. So I'm trying to mainly do bigger performances and events, and as well as doing my social media and doing my own business with for example, I'm doing a lot of stuff with my website. So I have my books. I'm going to be doing ebooks soon, everybody, of all my licks, like these type of licks, like the dominant, all the licks that I sell on my website. I'm going to be putting a book together, so check that out. I have those already on there, but I'm going to be putting a book together with those different kinds of things like chord melody and all my favorite jazz guitar riffs, picking techniques. I do a lot of my own business stuff like that. So you got to think like rappers, everybody. Kanye West, all those guys. They don't only do music, man. They do like clothing lines. So I have my shirt back here. If you see my shirts, I'm going to do hats soon. It's all on Amazon too, so check it out, everybody. I have my own Amazon store at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, so you can't just do just jazz. I think that's the problem that I think with jazz musicians aren't great at marketing themselves. You have to market yourselves too, as not just with the jazz, with playing. Of course, you have to be a great player. I think, and I think that I think a lot of jazz musicians shun the aspect of marketing and all that and selling things. I think it's very important to actually do all kinds of other things. So I don't only focus on playing jazz. Of course I play jazz, but I focus on the business as well. Okay, so it's very important to do that. That's a great question. So yes, it's difficult to be a jazz musician, but jazz is only less than 1% of the market. So I try to reach people who don't listen to jazz. That's what I'm trying to do. Not only jazz musicians, and I think in general, I think musicians don't support other jazz musicians in general. I think it's other people that do. So you know what I mean. They'll say, "Hey, man, you play great" and all this other stuff, but will they buy something from you, or will they take a lesson with you? Will they come to your concert? No, most likely, no. So a lot of us are busy. Like sometimes I go see concerts, but sometimes I'm working, so I can't. So I think it's important to reach across the aisle too, and have different different people follow you. I don't know what your opinion is, everybody, but you can save your opinion too on here. Let me see what other questions there are on my Instagram, because I haven't talked to anybody on Instagram in a while. And just so you guys know, I have to teach within about an hour with a student I met on Instagram, who's been like a great student of mine. He's probably watching right now. His name is Chris. Okay, out of Colorado. Okay, Chris Adams, and I helped him get into college. And he met me on Instagram during the lockdown. I helped him audition, so I help with that kind of stuff too. If you want to get into that, and he's been, exactly skills networking and holding yourself over and over. I like this guy. Indiana. Yes, you know what? I mean, like, you got to think about those guys like Kanye West. Who's the other rapper? All those guys, P. Diddy. Those guys, man, they don't make money just playing music. They make money. Oh, thanks, String Snare, for your donation of $10 on YouTube. I appreciate you. Let me feature you. I appreciate you. Oh yeah, thank you. Thanks for your donation on YouTube. And you know, if you want to donate as well, everybody, for my questions and advice, just do so here or go to Ron Jackson Music everywhere on PayPal. Cash App. It's all Ron. Everything is Ron Jackson Music. Just follow me, or whatever you want to do. So yes. So those guys are really smart. You got to think like that. You got to think. What are these rappers, man? They're not billionaires from like just rapping and doing concerts. They have like Ciroc line. I think that's P Diddy. The Yeezy or whatever Kanye, Ye, whatever he has all kinds of stuff that he sells. So he's a great guy, man. For that stuff, I mean, we have some political differences, but who doesn't? So, but otherwise, I mean, he's great. He's great at marketing himself. Yeah. Yeah. No, thank you for putting yourself. I see you grinding here for a long time, and I really appreciate someone mastering their craft. Yeah, you know what, everybody? I try to master my craft, but I try to do good quality stuff. My posts, I really think about them. It's really important to put that up there. Someone said play some AC/DC. Look. That's some AC/DC on the 7th string with 14s on top. That's kind of hard to. So the problem with the guitar, man, when I bend those strings, I had to get my friend out called tuning, the tuner, because these strings go out of tune really easily on this guitar for now. It's a brand new guitar, but I do bend the strings on the 7th string, just so you know. So let me keep going. Let me ask you some questions. There's a bunch of questions everywhere. Let me see. What? Did someone make a comment? What's the comment? Oh, someone. Okay, someone texted me on the computer on private chat. Oh, I don't know where that is though. Oh, hold on. Someone sent me a question here. Hold on. Let me look at it. Now, while I'm doing that, let me look at these questions right now on Instagram because I haven't been like answering. Hi, Ron. Someone said hi, Ron. Jor Prenesti. Let me say hi. Oh, hey. Hi from Argentina. Okay, great. Thanks for the live, Ron. You're welcome. Gonna check out the books. Great, Sharky. Sharky 335. Hey, man. Oh, man. Thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Isaiah, is that Isaiah Sharky? Man, one of my favorite guitar players, man. Amazing guitar player. Just so you know, Isaiah, if you're watching, one of my students was a big fan of yours years ago before I knew about you. Was Ray Gorin. Check him out. He's a young guitar player that lives in the LA area. And he was a big fan of yours, like when I was teaching him about maybe 10 years ago. So, I mean, I love your work, and thanks, Isaiah's talking about my book, Chords at Your Fingertips. Go check it out, everybody. Let me see. Someone's asking me a question here. Oh, yeah. So I have a book on Slam Stewart bass lessons on my website as well, okay? So this is my book, Chords at Your Fingertips. I actually have 3 books on acoustic guitar, everybody. But the 2 other books are not, they're on the acoustic guitar website. One is about guitar picking techniques, and one is about scales. So, but the physical book you can actually get from me on my website. I can sign up for you, and I'm in person. Okay. So let me say, yeah, Isaiah, man, you're one of your big fans. Yeah. So someone's asking about a Slam Stewart lesson. So when I'm doing the bass lines like this, I have a lesson about that on my website. Go check it out, everybody, okay? Yes. And on the album, I do it a lot on my new albums, standards of my songs on my vinyl, okay? So you can check out my walking bass lines and my arrangements like this. Like on my new album, I do this. Watch it. So that's a 7-string arrangement with my Slam Stewart bass lines. Okay, so I like that arrangement. That's the song called "Will You Still Be Mine." It's my arrangement with a Slam Stewart kind of bass line like this. So I go. I have that. So I love to use that 7-string when I can in my arrangements too, especially when it's a trio. So that's another way you could use a 7-string on the guitar. Let me keep answering some questions now. I have tons of people trying to ask me questions here. Let me see. Let me go down. Oh, 1 second. Let me go back down. Wave. How you put that down? Good. Oh, drop D. So someone's asking me what this note is again. Yeah, you're welcome, Isaiah. Thank you. I love your playing, man. And I'm sorry I missed you in New York recently when you played, but let me know. Send me a message when you're back in New York playing, or if I'm on tour. I'm going to be in the West Coast in a couple of weeks. If you're in Bay Area, maybe I can meet you. So yeah, so this is a low A, everybody. It's not a drop D. Okay, this is a 7-string guitar with a low A. Doubles this note, okay. It's really good for things. Let me see. See if I can do that right. Here we go. See? So I'm playing giant steps on my 7-string, but it's tricky on the 7-string, man, to even play giant steps because all the notes are so different. I find it easier to play giant steps on a 6-string because of the missing string. I have to throw that bass in. Okay, yeah, so let me keep going here. So yeah, that's a 7-string walking on the giant steps. I have like a lesson about that too. Let me wave to some people here. Thank you for watching, everybody. It's a happy Sunday, and I'm taking questions. So I'm going to go for a little bit longer. Then I have to take a break, and I have to teach somebody that I actually met on Instagram here too, a student. So if you're interested in studying, and also I appreciate my friend String Snare for giving me a donation. That chord was meaty at the end. Thank you. What do you think about flat wound strings? So someone's asking me about flat wound strings on Instagram. I mean, on YouTube. No Name is his name. Let me see. Before I answer that question, the strings I'm using are flat wounds, everybody. So this 7-string set, or the 6-string set, if you're playing 6-string, are Labella jazz tapes, and these are actually, if you look carefully, these are flat wound strings, except for the 7th string. because it's hard to make a 7-string that's flat wound. This is round wound. Everything else is flat wound except for the first 3 strings, of course. So these are actually, you know, nylon tape flat wound strings. Okay, so they are. Let me see something. Okay, good. Let me see. Putting yourself on YouTube. Thank you. Oh. Now let me go over here and answer some questions right now. Thank you. So that's I love to use. Hey Robert, Happy New Year. Robert Madio. Hey, are those tape wounds? I love tape wounds on my bass. Yes. So these are tape wound strings, everybody. They're nylon tape wound strings. So you know what? Everybody asks me the same question all the time on Instagram. Everywhere they say, "What kind of strings are those?" They're black. I mean, I have like, I don't know how many videos I have answering that question, but just take a look at my feed. I know it's hard. We get so much information. If you go back in my Instagram feed and all that stuff, YouTube, you'll see I talk all about these nylon tape strings. I have a whole video about it. It's just like so much. So just, yeah, check it out. Now, thanks for the live. You're welcome. Let me keep on. Going to check out the books. Thank you, Sharky. Let me go over here. I'm going to answer some more questions. I've got to answer some questions now on TikTok because, you know, I'm leaving those guys behind. Let me go over there. Do you use melodic minor scale in your to play outside? Of course. So someone asked me if I use a melodic minor. Of course. So like a good example is if I'm playing. Let me get my 6-string out. I'd like to thank D'Angelico for this great guitar. The 6-string D'Angelico Premier XL1. Okay. So someone's asking me if I play the melodic minor. Sure. So let's say I'm playing like a B7 flat 9 sharp. So I use a melodic minor. So you get the alters good. See? So I use on the altered chords. I like to use the melodic minor on a dominant 7th. Let's just say a C7 flat C7 sharp 11 with a natural 9, an unaltered chord. So I'm actually using a G melodic minor. So I'm using a G melodic minor there, okay? On the C7. I use it a lot actually. On a Locrian, natural 9. That's a C melodic minor. So that's a Locrian natural 9 scale. So it's like a Locrian scale with a raised 2. They also call it Locrian natural 2. Of course, you know, when I play these scales, everybody, just so you know, I don't only play the scale, I use like bebop phrases using the scale. So I'm using more of like passing tone. Oh, sorry. So I'm using passing. So yeah, so I'm using you know, melodic minor there in that situation, you know. And so yeah, so if someone's playing like let's say they're playing a regular G7. If I want to take it out, I use A flat melodic minor, which makes altered. While they're doing the regular chord, I'll play alter like that. So that makes it more interesting when you're playing. So when you're a jazz musician, we always use reharmonization or substitution to play outside. I've been using the harmonic minor scale a lot recently because I wasn't using that as much. So when I was studying with Barry Harris in his classes, you know, rest in peace, Barry. He talked a lot about the harmonic minor. So I've been using harmonic minor a lot for reharmonization. So that's a great thing to do. Yeah, this is a beautiful guitar. Thank you, D'Angelico. You know what? I found out. Let me drink some coffee. This has been a great question and answer, everybody. I'm having a good time, actually. So let me have some coffee. So Barry Harris got me into was into harmonic minor. So I've been working on the harmonic minor modes, yeah. Because one time, why I've been working on them too? I wasn't working on them as much as I like to. One time, what kicked me in the butt was when someone walked up to me. Someone on Instagram said, your harmonic minor modes. I was like, oh, I do, but I don't know them as well as I should. Thank you. So let me practice them. So you know what? You always have something new to learn. So so I like to use the harmonic minor a lot in my solos too. So if I'm playing like a A7 altered, now Wes did this monk thing less longer. He would play an A harmonic minor. No, sorry, he would play the harmonic minor of the chord you're going to. So if you're playing A7 flat 9 or sharp 9, you're going to a D minor or major. So he would do this. So you could play an approach chord that you're playing. You could play a D harmonic minor over this. You could do that reharmonization, okay, everybody? So I've been using that a lot in my solos. And Barry would have us practice it like this. I'm going down in octaves, going up. I'm going octave to octave of the mode of the scale. He would have us do in class. It's a great exercise, actually, to play that melodic minor. The harmonic minor up the scale, octave to octave, and you're playing each mode of the melodic minor. So I like to use a melodic minor a lot. Like, so you're playing a C major 7. You can play a C major 7. You can play a melodic harmonic minor over that, which gives you what they call Ionian. They call it an Ionian raised flat 6. They call it. So that's actually a melodic minor, a harmonic minor. So I like to throw in those things when someone else is playing, a regular chord. That's just reharmonization. We call it substitution. I'm thinking another chord there, like an A major 7 sharp 5. Oh, sorry. While they're playing this or this. Okay? So that's a great question. Someone's asking me, do you still transcribe songs you like, or is it mainly developing my own sound and music now? You know what? Someone's asking me if I still transcribe. Of course, I do a little bit, but I'm trying to develop my own sound too. But you know what? I want to transcribe everything. Everybody's playing such great stuff, man, but I don't have time. That's the main thing. I don't have time to practice like I used to. So that's a great question, Rap Master Apple. Oh, sorry. String snare. And again, thank you everybody, for watching. And if you're enjoying what you hear, you can go to you can actually go to here on Instagram, and you can give gifts also on TikTok. But on Instagram, I forget what it's called. You could just actually give a gift while I'm actually on here talking, or if you text PayPal or whatever on Instagram, it sends you to a link where you can actually give me a donation there. But let me answer some questions now on TikTok because I haven't answered in a while. Let me see. I have like 28 messages. Let me see what's going on here. Let me go to the top of the list here. Okay. Any BB King jams you got? BB King. Let me see. Thrill's gone. This is really a question and answer kind of thing, more than request. session. Loving the jazz. Thank you. Affirmation. That's great. Great playing. Thank you. Affirmation is a great tune, actually. So this is not a Gretsch. This is a D'Angelico, and my other one's a Benedetto. Let me show you that seven-string Benedetto. It's a 16B. Let me get that for you guys. I just found out. I don't know if it's. I think it's true. Someone said that this guitar is called a Benedetto. This is a Benedetto 7-string. Look at the headstock here. Can you see that? Oh, I gotta wipe this. See that Benedetto? So that's a Benedetto 7-string. Okay. Can you see that on TikTok? I guess you can. Okay. And this is so I'm using a D'Angelico on Benedetto. Just so you know, Benedetto was taught by D'Angelico, the original guy. This is not like a real, one that was made by D'Angelico himself. This is like the stock model from that's made in Korea through D'Angelico America. So I mean, and I'm one of the artists. So this is a great guitar right here, but this was made by this guy studied under Benedetto. I mean, under D'Angelico. So that's a great question. What's the difference between the lower top string? That's a low A, just so you know. Okay. Let me see. There's other questions. What's my favorite guitar? I don't have a favorite guitar, but I think this one right now is for now. Let me keep answering. I see George Van Lenny, bro. Yeah. Let me keep going. 14s. Let me keep answering questions. Can you play some reggae, please? Hello from Rapid City. It's brutal, man. I don't know where you find the energy for all this. Pay for pizza. You know how to get a jazz music guitarist to leave your house? Oh, God, I got to ask questions. Someone's asking some questions here. Let me keep going here. I'm having a bass with the guitar. Someone's asking some questions here. Do you improvise or pre-arrange mostly? You know what? It just depends. I have some real arrangements for some songs, Like, here's a real arrangement. So I almost forgot. So this is a song called More Than You Know. So I actually have a 7-string arrangement. So this is a real arrangement that I wrote. It goes like this. So that was actually an arrangement. So the melody is like this. That's More Than You. It goes like this. So what I did is I took that melody and I went like this. I put the 7-string arrangement. See what I did? So the most important thing when you're playing these kind of arrangements is that you know how to play the melody first without the arrangement. Because some guys, they'll play the arrangement, but they don't know how to play the melody and vice versa. I'm guilty of that. I think the most important part of a song for all you guys to know is that the melody is the most important. Because you know why? I did a TikTok and a post about this because you could be like Elon Musk and not know the melody. But if you play the melody, I mean, so Tesla's and SpaceX, but if you play his melody wrong and he doesn't play any music, he'll know it. So you got to know your melodies, guys. It's very important to know your melodies and know how to play them clearly. The melody is the most important thing. I used to hang out with Buddy Montgomery, and he used to get on my butt about the melody. And the melody is the most important thing. So when I play a melody wrong, I hate myself, basically, because the melody is the most important part of a song, actually. So, because everybody knows the melody, you could be like a farmer or a rock climber, and you play your melody wrong, man. They'll be like, "What? You play that wrong, man? This will play anything, So that's very important, guys. Let me see. When do you normally stream? This is fascinating. I'm really enjoying this. You know what? I got to stream more often. Someone said, Rat Master Apple said I got to stream more. So yeah, I got to stream more in general, but it's hard to do all this stuff. I should just put my camera on when I'm playing live and just stream as well. But to answer questions, I'm trying to do this once a month right now. So I'm trying to make an effort. I'm trying to do the same day, but sometimes it's hard to do it the same day. So like the same day every month. But yeah, I'm trying to do that more often. Now, okay, let me keep answering some questions here. Having a bass on the guitar. As a metal musician, I usually think of us being the only one that uses 7-string. So just so you guys know, they used 7-string guitar in jazz before they did metal. Just so you guys know, it's a fact. George Van Eps, the godfather of the 7-string guitar. Let me see. Here, I have one of his books here. Take a look at this book. Oops, sorry, man. I just hit my guitar. Uh-oh. It's okay. Look at this. George Van Eps, the guy who wrote this book. See this? He started playing the 7-string guitar in the 40s. So was metal around back then? I don't think so. So, and also the 7-string guitar, guys, is not new. The 7-string guitar has been around for centuries. It was invented like around the same time, not when the guitar actually started, but it's been around for a long time. Just take a look at go to my favorite encyclopedia. Go to Google and Wikipedia. The 7-string guitar has been around for a long time, and they used it in jazz first, and then metal and everything else came after. Just so you know, okay? Because metal hasn't been around that long. You have to wait till like the 60s and stuff like that. Okay, just so you know. So study your history. I looked it up on Google, but actually George Van Eps was one of the first people to put it. He actually put a 7-string on his guitar, but the 7-string has been around for centuries, actually, guys. So just so you know. Okay, now, yeah, started 7-string. George Van Eps. Google him. Someone said that. Oh, Malachi. Yeah, he's right. And yeah, he started playing the 7-string with an E8. Yes, this guy's right. Guys. Malachi. Is that Malachi, my friend Malachi? Just making sure. Yes. So 7-string's been around for a long time, everybody. Well, I can't see it being beneficial in jazz as well as having a triad on top of strings. I can see it being beneficial in jazz. You could do all kinds of stuff with a 7-string. Listen, man, if you haven't checked out George Van Eps, you know who I was talking to, everybody? When I picked up the guitar recently, he mentioned George Van Eps was Tosin Abasi. Tosin Abasi mentioned him first because I tuned mine to a low A string. He used to practice George Van Eps arrangements for 7-string with the low A. And so, if you're really a heavy metal person or a metal person, you have to know George Van Eps because he's one of the godfathers of the 7-string, and even Tosin Abasi checked him out. So you got to know your history. You got to go back in your history. Everybody, rock, jazz, and go back into history and check that out. Let me see. That's all. I mean, you know, that's a fact. Okay, so audition. I'm auditioning in Minnesota for All State. Any advice? Someone's asking if they're gonna audition. So if you want to audition, help someone to audition you. And I'm good at that. If you want to contact me about auditioning, I'm doing a sale right now. We can prepare you for your audition. Just use buy 40 on my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and we can do an audition package, and I can help you get into college. I've helped many people get into college, actually. So yes, I can't give you any advice right now because I got to see what the audition is. You can't just go on the internet. Hey man, I'll give you advice, and I don't even know what you sound like. You need someone to see you play and see what you need to work on. You can't just ask somebody on a live stream about that kind of stuff. You need one-on-one help with that kind of stuff. Yes. So get someone to help you with the audition. Oh yeah. I just got you got a #1 gifter badge. Thank you. Thank you, Santa Rose. Thank you. Do you like Muddy Waters? Sure. Is that all you play is jazz? Oh, I play more stuff than jazz, actually. Someone's asking me that question. That's a great question. But yes, I play more than jazz. Play Norman Brown. Oh yeah. I'm answering questions mostly. Oh, I'm almost at 900. Oh, someone's asking about 900. Okay, cool. Let me keep answering these questions. Hey, Ron, I'm the pianist from Yakov's live concert in Queens. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Thanks for watching. What's your name again? From Yakov's friend, pianist. I just played with this great piano player, young guy. Someone's asking me, is this a 7-string? Yes, this is a 7-string. Okay, so you know what, guys? I'm going to get going here in a minute. I've been on for a long time. I have to go teach, actually. So please follow me. Please share my live stream. This was my question and answer. I'm going to turn off my amp now and get going. I have to teach somebody at 2 o'clock, a student I met here on Instagram, on social media. And if you want to study with me, go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, okay? And definitely, get a lesson. I'm having a sale right now. It's buy, BYE, 40, and you save 40% off, okay? If you want to donate, just go to Ron Jackson Music at PayPal. Or if you're on YouTube, I'd like to thank someone who actually gave a gift on YouTube automatically. I appreciate it, a string snare, he gave a gift. And, you can give, I forget what they're called on Instagram again. You could actually give directly on my Instagram feed here a gift. But, I hope I answered your questions. And I'll be doing more live streams. I might let this live stream, on my Instagram channel. I might keep it on my channel so you could watch it after. But I answered many questions that are very important about music and about being a professional musician. So you can watch this on YouTube definitely too, because I'm leaving this on YouTube. So I appreciate everybody watching and supporting me and supporting live music and supporting us musicians. Come see me play live when I perform out. I'll be playing in the New York City area. I'll be on California in a couple of weeks. Follow me everywhere, Ron Jackson Music. And, I try to give the best advice I can about all subjects that I think I know about. And I appreciate you guys. I'm going to be recording a new album soon. And it's going to be fun. And we'll see you guys very soon. And thank you for making my last album the top 100 in the Jazz Week charts in 2022 and making it got to number 10 on the radio charts in the United States. This album right here. So, check it out. It's in vinyl and CD and everywhere on streaming. Standards of My Songs. And this album was number 10 on the radio charts in 2022 and top 100 in the United States for the jazz charts. Number 69 out of 100. So thank you guys. I appreciate you. And keep in touch. And I'll see you. And I'll have some cool posts coming up soon. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you, Rat Master. Bye-bye, everybody. See you guys soon. Oh, yeah, a second. Let me see one thing. There's one question here. New stealth picks, like someone's asking me about picks real quick. I'm going to answer one last question. I use these Jim Dunlop picks and Pick World picks that are made for me, Ron Jackson model picks. You can get them on my website. Just a regular teardrop heavy pick, and also down to extra heavy. The purple one here is extra heavy. You put that up. This one and this. I use medium for funky and rock stuff because it's too hard to play really fast funk stuff with a pick that's too thick to me. Okay, so those are the kinds of picks I use. I use heavy strings and heavy picks for that big sound. Okay, so guys, I'll talk to you guys soon. Let me see if there's anything else. There's so many questions on TikTok. My favorite trombone player, huh? Hey, my favorite trombone player is Clark Gayton, and he's like he's in the hospital right now recovering from a stroke. So he's on my album actually. He's on my hit song called Roundabout that was on the Spotify playlists, top jazz Spotify playlists. So Clark Gayton's one of my favorite trombone players. So everybody, keep in touch. We'll talk soon. Bye bye. Thank you. Let me end the. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson, and I'm just here to talk about my workshop that's coming up tomorrow. And I haven't been on Facebook or my groups or anything in a while. Actually, I've been mostly streaming to Instagram and YouTube. But right now I'm on YouTube, Facebook, and my Facebook group called Behind the Scenes with Ron Jackson. So tomorrow I have a special event happening. I'm actually I hope this is the right. Oh, yeah, this is in the right direction. Great, great. I have a jazz improv workshop tomorrow on Lively. The link is actually on my on my announcement here. Just go there and you can sign up. It's at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'm going to be doing a workshop about jazz improvisation, particularly for people who are beginning jazz improv. So you can sign up. You can watch them all over the world, actually. And you can watch the playback for 7 days, okay? And I see, I'm made over there on YouTube. And, thank you for watching. So, so I'm going to be doing this workshop tomorrow. And this is a last minute announcement for everybody to come watch that, okay? And I'll be talking about some different techniques. I'm going to be talking about the Barry Harris technique of improvisation, where you practice your scales the way he does over chord changes, okay? And also, I'll be talking about, learning different phrases that you can actually use immediately to start improvising, okay? And it's going to be really fun. Let me show this nice comment from Ahmed. I don't know where you're at, Ahmed, but thank you for watching. You're on YouTube right now. And I really appreciate you guys, all my followers on Facebook and Instagram and YouTube, and my all the people all the new people in my group Behind the Scenes with Ron Jackson. So we'll be talking a lot about different kinds of things, and it'll be kind of fun tomorrow. So come on by and check out my workshop tomorrow. I'll be playing cool tunes. We'll be working on the blues, for example. And also, we'll be working on songs like rhythm changes. Hey, thank you, Anna. Good to see you. Anna Miguel says, cool. Ahmed is in California. And great to see you, though. Thank you. Thank you, Ahmed. Yeah, so I'm talking about my jazz improv workshop tomorrow. You can just go to the link on my bio and sign up. It's for Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so people in Europe could actually join the workshop too. Because it's not that much of a time difference. In England, it's 5 hours ahead, and in Europe, it's 6 hours ahead. And I know it's the summer and it's harder to get people to come out, but you can. Here's what the flyer looks like, and I'll be talking all about jazz improvisational techniques. Okay, so for the meantime, I'll be using some of these techniques right now, and I'm going to play a song for you guys. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Let me show you some of these comments right here. And thank you everybody who was watching on Instagram and everywhere else that I'm on right now. Okay, let me play you a song right now. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. You can hear me? Oh, good, good, good. Ymir, my great student over there. He's on YouTube right there. I'm actually broadcasting to a few different places right now. And Ymir's going to be at my workshop tomorrow. This is what all this is all about. So I was using some techniques that I'm going to be using in my workshop tomorrow. So come on by and check me out. Let me show this to Ymir's statement here. Ymir's comment, and I appreciate you, Ymir, for being a great student. He started playing 7-string guitar. I'm actually using my D'Angelico XL1 that I got from D'Angelico, New York here. It's a really great guitar. And I usually play 7-string, so this is a 6-string guitar. So let me pull out my 7-string guitar for you guys. So I'm using some techniques right now that I'm going to for my jazz workshops. Please sign up. That's what this is. Live stream is about. We only have one more day left. We have some seats left. Not that many, but if you want to join, Ymir is going to be there. And we actually had a giveaway too. And someone won. I forgot who it was, but they got a free lesson from me, and they actually, got a free space to the workshop. So come by tomorrow, my Jazz Improv workshop. The link is on my bio. As actually, the link is on here on the description for this live stream. So please sign up. And you'll enjoy it. It's going to be for 90 minutes, and it's going to be a 7-day playback. You can watch all the techniques, and also you can actually play along with me, and I can show you. I can listen to how you play, and and see how you're playing jazz already if you come do my workshop. We'll pin that to the comments in a minute, okay? Let me see who some of the comments here. Oh, thank you, John. John Thomas says he loves my stuff. I appreciate you, John. Thank you. I'm trying the best I can. I'm gonna pull out my 7-string guitar right now because I play that too often. So let me show you right now. So this is my 6-string, but I'm gonna pull out my 7-string right now. I'm gonna take the cable out, and if you have any questions, please send them to me. I'll sign up and take the class if you follow me on Twitch. Okay. Oh, you know what? Okay. Sure. The thing is, I don't even know if I have a Twitch account. I've never used Twitch, but I mean, I'll sign. I'll follow you on Twitch anyway. Even if you don't sign up, but that would be nice if you could sign up for my class. That would be great. But Twitch, I've never been on Twitch much, so I've got to go up. I've got to actually do some stuff on Twitch and join that and stream from there too. I heard it's good. I should have started Twitch. Last year when the pandemic started, someone suggested I do that. Oh yeah, so Crazy Birdman says, "How long have you been practicing?" So Crazy Birdman, the Crazy Birdman, I've been practicing for years. I still need to practice since I was a kid. I don't practice enough. I don't think so. Yes, I need to practice. I need to practice more, and it's funny. John Thomas, you're saying Twitch is where it's at. You know what? I should be on Twitch because I am an Amazon influencer, and it's through Amazon. Amazon owns Twitch, but I'm not on Twitch enough. And I need to go on Amazon Live because I'm for my influencer account, but I'm not on there enough because it's hard to keep up with all this stuff, everybody. So it's hard to keep up with all the all the channels I have. YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. So please follow me there everywhere, everybody at Ron Jackson Music. Hey, let me see. Juan. Hey, Juan. Let me see. Show Juan's. Juan says hello. Where are you from, Juan? Great to hear from you. And yeah, thank you. John says he will sign up. So John, I'll see you tomorrow. So that's what we're talking about today. We're talking about my Instagram, my workshop tomorrow. This is what this live stream is about. This is a last minute push. It's kind of like the telethon. But I'll just play songs for you. I can't give you away all the techniques I'm using. But Ymir already knows my technique because he studies with me. So Ymir's watching right now. He just came over for a lesson, actually, everybody. He studies privately with me. He's a great guy, Ymir. I'll show his name up here. Ymir just came over today to take a lesson with me. He plays 7-string guitar now like me. So he's a great student, and he just picked up a nice 7-string guitar from Guitars and Jazz in New Jersey. I actually visited the store recently, and I'll be doing a little docu video about that visit, and you'll really enjoy that, everybody. So I'm going to play another song right now on the 7-string guitar that I'm going to be using. The techniques I'm going to be using during my class tomorrow, which are Barry Harris techniques, basically. The great pianist, jazz master, NEA jazz master, and all the techniques he uses. Okay, let me try something here. you. That was John Coltrane's Moment's Notice. And I just played that at a moment's notice. I have some new comments here. Hey, let me see some of these comments here. Oh, Fatima Art, amazing, Ron. Oh, I haven't seen you guys in a long time. Yeah, you're an artist. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Fatima, I think that's I think I'm not quite sure where you're from, but great, Fatima. I really appreciate it. I got the CDs. I ordered them. I have been enjoying them. Oh, Alexi. Oh, thank you. Let me show this. Someone bought some CDs from me a couple of weeks ago, and they got them. There was a sale on my website. Oh, and I posted it on Instagram or someplace, or YouTube actually, and someone actually bought them. Alexi did. So thank you, Alexi, for buying my CDs. And if you guys enjoying this, your guitar players, this is all about what I'm going to be teaching you tomorrow at my lively workshop, jazz improv workshop. So you still have time to sign up. We got more than 12 hours. It's not till 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you could actually come up and watch that tomorrow. And join. It's going to be on Zoom, and we can have a lot of people on Zoom. Please, you can pull out your guitars and actually play, and learn the techniques I use to improvise on jazz. Now, I'm doing solo guitar, so it's much harder. I don't have a band behind me right now, so I have to do a kind of everything. So I'm doing a walking bass, chords. But tomorrow I'm going to just show you how to solo, okay? Which I'm really good at when I have a band too. So please join my jazz improv workshop on Lively. Just go to lively.com. Actually, the link's on my bio right here on the description, and also you could go to my link tree or any place you'll find this, and you could actually a couple of people watching it right now are going to be there tomorrow. So it's going to be a fun day. It's my first workshop was successful. I'll be doing one every 3 months. This is my summer workshop. So let me show you, Alexia. Oh, you're from Egypt. Oh, cool. Thank you for watching from Egypt. That's great. I know a lot of Egyptian people here in New York. I just met on a gig some musicians that were from Egypt that sing pop that grew up here. They were on Staten Island. And I would love to go there. I've never been there. The closest I've been to Egypt was Israel. I played there a few years ago. But solo guitar the best, though. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Amit. You're a great guitarist. I'm trying my best, to play by myself here. I really appreciate you guys. And I appreciate you guys, all my followers, everything, everywhere. And, please follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. And I'll be doing some touring in the Midwest next year with my band. I'm going to have a new album out. So come on by. My gig, if you know a place I can play in Egypt or wherever you guys are at, let me know. I'll get my my team to help book me over there. You know what I mean? So let me do like a bossa nova for you guys. So these are the techniques I'm going to be using during the jazz improv workshop, particularly the soloing. We'll be working on bebop licks, all kinds of different phrases. I'm just going to be playing for you today, but this is what a preview of what you're going to be learning for the workshop tomorrow. My jazz improv workshop, which this broadcast is all about. Let me do something for you. everybody. That was called Gentle Rain. It's one of my favorite kind of bossa novas. Thank you. Thank you, Alex Drosky, 82. Yeah, I'm just playing for you guys a little bit. I'm just talking mainly about my workshop tomorrow, recruiting people to come by. We still have a few spaces left, so we would like you to come by. We had a giveaway, and someone actually won a free space for tomorrow and a free lesson with me. So, if you want to study with me privately, there's some students who are actually watching right now who are studying with me, on YouTube and here on Facebook. And if you want to attend my workshop tomorrow, you're going to learn all these techniques that I'm doing today. At my lively workshop, just go to the link that's on the description here on YouTube, Facebook, everywhere, and just sign up. It's Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I'll be talking about these cool techniques that I use to perform, jazz and learn how to improvise. It's called, it's at Lively, okay? That's the website, Livly, and it's my jazz improv workshop. My workshop was so successful last time that that we're doing another one. We're gonna do one every 3 months, but the summer one is on July 18th tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and you can actually watch the playback for 7 days, so you can practice all those techniques. You can pull out your guitar. It's not like one way like this where I'm playing and you're just talking to me. I mean, you're sending comments. You're actually going to be watching me, and I can watch you play, so I can see what you need to work on. It's almost like a private lesson, but with a group. So a group private lesson. So come on by and check that out. It's going to be really fun. I'll put the link up here now for you too. So I have the link right here. See if I can for you. I'm going to copy for you, and it's right here. So watch this. I'll put the link here. I'll put it actually on a banner so you can watch it, and you can actually hit the link. Oh, you did? Okay, great. So here's some cool comments, everybody. I'm gonna play you one more song. Yeah. So Ahmed, he just noticed. You just noticed a 7-string. I just announced that I was playing 7-string right now. So I'm playing a 7-string Eastman right here. You can read all about it on my, on my bio and everything. And I have a low A string here. Okay. And it's really cool to play 7-string. It's really great for solo guitar playing. Okay, and I can do all the walking bass lines and all that stuff. I won't be really discussing that tomorrow at the workshop, but it's going to be really fun. So we'll be talking about jazz improv techniques. Okay, so we'll talk more about the 7-string. I have a bunch of videos on my YouTube channel and on my Instagram and everywhere else about the 7-string. So go check it out. Okay, let me show this. Please release an LP. I already have an LP, everybody. I have about 8 albums out. So, Rick Meck, he's saying, just go to www.ronjacksonmusic.com and you can buy my CDs there. And also go to Spotify, everywhere else, and follow me. So just go to www.ronjacksonmusic.com and I'll post that for you. I'll post a comment for you. It's www.ronjacksonmusic.com. You can buy my albums there, Rick. Okay? I'm going to post it for you right now. Here we go. I hope you see that, maybe. Yes, so www, and I have my albums there, Rick. So yes, I have it there. Oh, someone put that up there too. That's funny. Oh, I put it everywhere. So yeah, that's great, everybody. So I'm gonna that's super cool. Yeah, no problem. So I'm gonna play you one more song, and so this is all about my jazz improv workshop, and I got your EP, Love Your Style. You got my EP? Oh, really? Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. Sorry, Rick. Thank you, Rick. I really appreciate you and everybody else that supports me here. I'm gonna go live more often. I was kind of busy the last few days. I just had I was just around to help my daughter with the birth of my granddaughter, so I was busy with that. That was kind of exhausting, but so I'm gonna play like an up song for you guys to end it with here, and I appreciate you guys, and no, I'll play blues for you. It's more fun. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ah. Oh wow! What scales do I use? Oh, so A sharp, A7 sharp 9. I know you. I've seen you before. So you know what? A7 sharp 9. This is a great question. Um, I'm using all kinds of scales, but this jazz improv workshop today. Oh, it's not a jazz improv workshop today. It's more of like what I want you to attend tomorrow. I'm doing a jazz improv workshop tomorrow. I'm going to be telling you all the scales I was using today. So please sign up. This is what this live stream was all about. Me playing some of the techniques I was using in my jazz improv workshop tomorrow. So go to lively.com or go to my link on my bio here or on the description and sign up. It's the last day to sign up for my jazz improv workshop. We have a few spaces left. And I'll show you all the techniques tomorrow. And also, I can finally see what you guys are doing by attending my workshop. I want to hear how you guys actually play. So go sign up at Lively. It's tomorrow, Sunday, July 18th, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So most people everywhere can watch this from California all the way to Europe and Australia. I've had many people attend. So come by and watch this. Attend my Jazz Improv workshop. Sign up now. And there's a link on my bio. Link everywhere. Link on the description here and on YouTube. And this is what this is all about. I have to actually go now because I have to do something else. But we'll see you guys tomorrow. And I hope you enjoyed my performance. And this is just to promote my Jazz Improv workshop on Lively. And thank you for all the questions. And that was called Billy's Bounce into Sunny Moon for Two in the key of F. Okay, and I was using all kinds of scales there. Okay, and thank you. A7 sharp 9, one of my favorite chords, for watching. And I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow at my workshop. And if not, keep in touch, definitely. Okay. And follow me. Go to my website and buy my printables, CDs, books. I have a couple of books out. Where's my book? I don't even have it in front of me right now. But I have books, everything, and all kinds of stuff for you guys. So, thank you, Alexi. Thank you. Yeah. It's my second one. And thank you. I'll put that up here. Thank you, Alexi. So we'll see you guys tomorrow, I hope. And I'll someplace else and live. I'll be touring soon with my band in March, but I'll be in different places. And I really appreciate you guys, and I'll see you guys very soon. Okay. And you can watch the playback of this after. And have a great day and a great night wherever you guys are in the world. Okay. And see you guys soon. Bye bye. Ron Jackson, over and out. Bye bye. I'm just trying to adjust my camera so you can see me pretty good. Uh-oh. It seems like I'm kind of headless today. How's it going? So, I'm going to play a little bit. We'll talk a little bit about what I've been doing, as far as, taking studying, practicing by myself, etc. Oh, my stand's kind of messed up over here. Let me fix this. So I'm just adjusting the camera for you guys so you get to see me good. And move it back a little bit. Put it down a little bit. Yeah, good. How's everybody doing? I'm just gonna put this up a little bit. Sorry, guys. Man, it's crazy. Let me see. This is kind of acting weird. Oh, it's not tight here. Let me do this. Yeah, so everybody, I'm here. Hey, Ron, how's your day? Good. I'm doing good, Angel. Just, gonna play for you guys a little bit. Take some questions. And I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all the followers I have and subscribers. Please share my channel. Do you know any Ween songs? I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm mostly a jazz guitar player, but just in case you guys, just in case, I'll take some requests playing other stuff like that. I'm gonna actually go to my other computer so I can see your comments easily. So let me just play a song for now. I have a lot of announcements to do. And this is my birthday week, everybody. So I'm having a sale on my website. You know, it's use code HBD and you'll save 20% on everything. But let me just get started, okay? I'm going to play my 7th string here. What are the most common jazz chords? You know, it's common jazz chords are, you know, basically 7th chords, and basically most of the time, okay? It's going to be my birthday week, so everybody, I don't know if you can read this, but there's a sale on my website, okay? You can get 20% off everything on my website. Books, CDs, everything. Use code HBD. You go to ronjacksonmusic.com, okay? Let me play a song before I answer some questions, everybody. And let me go there right now and do that. Ready? Here we go. Okay. Hey, everybody. I'm going to take some questions now. So thank you for watching. Let me go look up and see what you guys are saying and see some of the questions here. It's really great to see you. So just so you know, it's going to be my birthday on Monday. So I'm doing actually a birthday sale on my website again. Just go to my website and you can buy books, CDs, everything, like my new book over here. Where did I put that book? Uh-oh. I'm in trouble. I got it right here. I got a new book, and uh-oh, I put it away. But anyway, I'll find it later. But I have a new book, and it's going to be a really cool. There's a lot of good things for sale up there, and I'm going to answer some questions right now. Now, let me see. There's a lot of questions already. Someone asked me to play Body and Soul. So I'll play that song for you a little bit. I haven't played that in a while. So that's a request. Let me play a little bit of that for you. And let me get that out for you right now. Request for Body and Soul. You know how to play some Led Zeppelin songs? Of course. I mean, I haven't played any in a while, though. Of course, I know the most typical Led Zeppelin song. So this is a 7-string guitar. Also, Cashmere is a great song, actually. But I used to know those songs, but I can't remember all those songs. So I'm taking requests, but only if I know them, or kind of know them. I haven't played Body and Soul in a long time, and it's actually not an easy song to play. Let me grab something, so I can show you something, guys, real quick, so you can see something. Where is that? Oh, I guess I can't find it. Oh well. Anyway, guys, I wanted to show you something, but I can't find it. But anyway, so I'm back. Let me play you another song now. Let me answer some questions. You know how to play some Led Zeppelin. What's the most common jazz chords? I said seventh chords earlier. Can you give some tips and advice on learning how to practice arpeggios with a focus on using them on over chord changes? So if I'm playing chord changes, everybody, let's say if I'm playing like a 1-6-2-5. That's the easiest thing to do. Let's say I'm doing C major 7. Let me take my other guitar so you guys can understand what I'm doing a little better. I'm going to take out my 6-string D'Angelico guitar so you can see a little bit easier what I'm doing. And I'm playing here. Hold on. Here's my D'Angelico. XL1. Thank you, D'Angelico, for this guitar. So now look, if I'm playing 1-6-2-5, so I can do arpeggios like this. Seventh arpeggios on the C major 7, then A minor 7, and then D minor 7 like this, and G7. Now, what I want to do particularly is this. I can actually just go around and be able to try to play C major 7th arpeggios all over the neck, first in position, as far as I can reach. Okay, and then also I would try to play different positions. Like and I used to practice my arpeggios like this. Etc. And every possible fingering. Here, everywhere. So that way you really learn your arpeggio all over the neck, every possible fingering, everything. And that's a really great way of learning this, actually. So also you can do it like on the neck, on every chord, just like that. So I would just practice. So if I'm playing a C major 7 like this, I actually try to play these chords, and I try to play them right on the chord, so I can see the chord under each arpeggio. Same with my scales. Etc. So that's how I practice my arpeggios, everybody. And and that's basically what I do a lot, when I'm practicing. So now let me see with the focus. So let me move this over here. Go back there. And let me close it. So look at this, everybody. What I'm going to do next is this. I'm going to answer another question. And it's a happy birthday. Thank you.
Your birthday is on Tuesday.
Yeah, my birthday's on Tuesday, actually, not Monday. So just so you know. Would you take a request to react to a song? Check out Satellite by Goose. Amazing guitar playing. Definitely inspired by jazz. I'll check it out later. Richard Django sounds like Goonies. Thank you. So the first song I played was actually If I Should Lose You. It's a really beautiful song. And if you have any questions about that, check it out. That's a great song. So now I'm going to play you another song right now. I've been working on Coltrane changes, and actually one of my I started recently with the great Mike Stern here in New York. And he, has a lot of, great ideas about Coltrane changes. So you know, Coltrane changes are based on the song Giant Steps, for example. And it's 3 tonal systems. We could talk, I'm going to do a video about that. And so for example, if I'm in the key, Giant Steps is basically the key of E flat. So basically, he takes the John Coltrane took the Slominski book, which is this book, okay, and the stories of scales and melodic patterns like this. See this? And what happens is this book, they do all kinds of crazy stuff with progressions, octaves, all kinds of different things, and basically he has these exercises where you take the octave and you split it into 3 parts. So you make it an augmented chord, so it's E flat. So it goes from E flat to G to B back to E flat. So you got these chords. And or you could just make it a major chord. Etc. So Giant Steps is based on that progression. You know, so you actually go from, from the key of B, then you go to G, then to E flat, and then you go into the key of G, to E flat, back to B. Okay. Now back to G, then back to B. And then back to E flat. So, I've been working on patterns to play over that kind of song. So, so I'll do things like this, going through those chords instead of playing like arpeggios. You could play arpeggios to that song, for example, Giant Steps. Etc. It sounds boring though. Etc. Someone was asking about arpeggios earlier. So I can actually do that through Giant Steps, for example. But I mean, what Coltrane did was he did the 1, 2, 3, 5 pattern, and he would go like this. So 1, 2, 3, 5 is called a tetrachord. So basically, you're going to play on a B chord. Let's say you're going to play a B chord. You're going to go to do the 1, which is the first note B. Then the second note, which is C sharp, and then D, which is the third, D sharp, excuse me, and then F sharp, which is the 5th now. 1, 2, 3, 5. You would do that through all the chords like this, the same pattern. All the way through each chord. Etc. So that's how Coltrane would actually play his Coltrane changes. And that was a really interesting way of playing over the changes. But what I've been studying recently is you can just actually, you don't have to play from the root. You can mix those up. Like you can do these patterns like this. You don't have to do that. You can go backwards. So you can go. Let me see. All through those changes, okay? So when I'm actually playing through those changes, I'm actually mixing all this up and trying to use new ideas because I'm always trying to get better. So so let me answer some more questions here. Let me see. I'm gonna find something here. Bottom, over there, oh, up there, under there. Look. Anyway. Okay. So anyway, I'm looking for something, and so everybody, one more question. So I want to let you know if you're enjoying what the content I'm doing. I'm actually taking donations. Oh, everybody, you just got my book. Great. Aiden just got my book. Where are you, Aiden? Thanks. I'm glad you got my book. I'm trying to find my book to show everybody. And it's around here somewhere. I put it in here someplace, hidden or under or something. But it's in here someplace. And so this is this is really great, everybody. So So if you enjoy what I'm doing, please you could actually donate $1 or more, or if you enjoy the request to my PayPal at Ron Jackson Music. And remember, I'm having a sale on my website. You save 20% off. It's my birthday. You can buy my book up there. Everything. I have CDs for sale, like this one, my latest CD, or downloads. If you let me know, I have to put the downloads up there, okay? And I can send you the code. And just use code HBD, to celebrate my birthday. Okay, great. So now let me continue by answering some questions. Desafinato. Oh, I can do that a little bit. Let me see if I can play that for you guys.
What's that?
Desafinato by Rocky Chang. And so let me put that up here. I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna use a backing track for this one. Okay, here we go. So let me look for that right now. Desafinato. Here we go. I'll do that a little bit. Give me that for now. So that was the request. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. So let me show you my articles that I have for the magazine I'm writing for, and where you can pick up my book as well. Now let me see. Before we do that, let me answer a couple of questions here, because I see that people are asking. Look, so my book is released by Acoustic Guitar Magazine. When you go to my website, you can actually see I did an article about sweep picking, which I do a lot on my guitar playing. And the book is in that magazine, and and you can pick up my book on my website, and you can see all kinds of good things about chord melody over there. So this is one of the articles. So go check it out, and if there's any other questions, let me know. I'm going to actually see some more requests here online. I got to look right now. Oh, so There Is No Greater Love, B flat. Okay, yeah, someone's asking for There Is No Greater Love. That's a great song. So let me play you that song right now. Any Wayne Shorter tune. I love Fee Fi Fo Fum behind it. And so let me try Fee Fi Fo Fum for you. Actually, There Is No Greater Love. I haven't played that in a long time. It's funny, guys. I haven't played many gigs recently, and I'm starting to get the gigs. So let me play you There Is No Greater Love, and see if I could find that song right now. That's a great request. Let me see. I'm going to play that for you. Now I'm going to play like medium up, and it's a great song. Let me see. So thank you, everybody. So you know what? I finally found my book that's on my website on sale. It's called Chords at Your Fingertips. And you can get 20% off this book signed. Go to ronjacksonmusic.com and pick up your own copy. Okay? Use code HBD, which is happy birthday. I think I have it right here. One of these flyers. This is backwards. So anyway, so use code HBD on my website, and you get you're gonna get my book. And also, if you're enjoying, if you like my amp that I'm playing through, I use this Henriksen Bud 6 amp. Okay, and the Henriksen Bud 6 amp, you can go to henriksenamps.com and pick up your own amp right here. Let me show you. This amp right here. Okay, and go to henriksen.com and use my code Ron Jackson, all one word, Henriksen Amps. It's a great amp. It's 120 watts, only weighs 13 pounds. Comes with a carrying case. Use my code Ron Jackson, you save 5%. It's a really great amp. You could actually take, I'm going to take this on the road next year when I go to the Midwest to tour. And use my code, you can save 5%. You can share that code everywhere. Okay? And if there's any other questions, let me know. Also, just to let you know, you can use my code HBD and all this other stuff. And if there's any other questions, let me know. So let me see what other people are saying here about questions. I'm trying to get all the questions here. Someone said Django. Love in the Afternoon by I don't know that one. How much is the amp? So this amp lists, it's expensive, this amp actually, just to be honest. It lists for $1,300. So you get 5% off. But I mean, you know what? I'll tell you guys, I'm going to tell you a story. I was trying amps, small amps for years. I pay $100, $200 for a small amp. And they always sound like crap. Because when you start playing loud, they start to like break up. And this one is like a really great amp. I mean, it's really worth the money. I said, man, if you want something good quality, you get what you pay for. So I'm a Henriksen endorser, and also, and I'm an influencer for them. And these are really great amps. I really highly recommend them. Especially if you want to do a small gig, and you want a great sound. I take this amp and I plug in with singers, and it sounds incredible. It has 2 full channels. You see that? It has in the back, ins and outs. So you can plug right into a PA system. I've been working with a singer in Brooklyn recently, and they can take a line right out of my amp and go into the sound system. There's an effects channel you can put headphones on. This sounds really great when you want to record directly into your digital audio workstation or your audio sound card on your computer. And it has 2 full channels. You can put a mic or a guitar jack in this thing. And it has reverb, everything on each channel. So if I work with a singer, they can just plug into this. I can plug into this at the same time, and it sounds wonderful. So it's really worth the money, because I was wasting a lot of money on these terrible amps and stuff, plugging into them, and they never sound great. But this is a good quality. You get what you pay for. So use my code Ron Jackson, you save 5%, and it's really, I'm telling you, it's worth it. Everybody loves this amp for the size and everything. You know, I mean, if I'm playing a bigger gig, of course I'm going to use a bigger amp. But if it's a small gig or even like a medium-sized gig, you can use this amp and it really works really great. Okay. So let me see. So everybody got to look at my book and everything here, and let me see. Oh yeah, so go to my website as well. Use my code HBD and save 20% off everything. Okay, this new book, guitar picks, vinyls. I have vinyls as well. All kinds of great things. You know, I have a vinyl for sale that's through Elixir that I won through a contest. It's a limited edition vinyl. You can get a vinyl from me there. All kinds of stuff. But it's all weekend, and you know, come check it out. So let me see if there's any requests here. Let me see. Any Wayne Shorter tune. Let me do the song called Fee Fi Fo Fum by Wayne Shorter. So, and then let me look for the backing track, and so I can play along with it for you, and we can play that song a little bit. Fee. Here it is. Let me see how fast it is. Yeah. So that was Fee Fi Fo Fum, a request. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, for playing the Tehran. I have it. I'll add it to the list. Sounds great. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Glenn. And I'm glad you guys are enjoying the show. And I'm trying to answer your questions and requests as best I can. Some of these songs, you know, since the pandemic, I haven't been playing this stuff, so it's like a good review for me. You know, like, you know, there's been no gigs, so and you know, it's been like a kind of a rough year for us musicians, but we really appreciate you guys. And again, if you're enjoying the show, of course, if you'd like to donate, if I take some of your requests and you'd like to donate, not required, but if you would like to, please donate $1 or more to my PayPal at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App is all Ron Jackson Music. And I really appreciate you guys watching. And I'll try to answer the questions as best I could. Hey Dario, it's good to see you, man. Everyone play Foo Fighters. I need to work on the Foo Fighters songs actually, but this is mostly a jazz kind of a live stream. So, and I like to go live on YouTube. I have a lot of subscribers now, and please everybody watch my videos. I try to put out some good, credible information, and I'm playing live. It's not pre-recorded, so it's all raw and there for you. And I try to answer your questions as best I can. So thank you. So yeah, these are my payment options. If you'd like to donate, it would be really great if you can to help me out during this pandemic. And I'm going to be getting back to gigs soon. I only have one gig this week, but in the spring I'm going to the Midwest for a tour. So Midwest, look out! Come by my gigs, okay? We're going to be advertising. I'm doing a tour. I'm doing a new album. And so my last album, Standards and Other Songs, did really well. And and I'm going to be doing some stuff off that. But also I'm going to be doing a new record called Standards in My Songs. And it'll be a bunch of like standards I'm arranging, and also pop songs and all kinds of stuff. Okay, so let me play you another song. Oh, Cherokee, that's a good one. I'm going to do that one. Oh yeah, great. Dane, good. Dane found my YouTube shorts. Dane, good to hear you guys. I'd like to mention everybody by name too. There's also Let's Jam. Thank you, Let's Jam. I'm going to try to play Everlong Foo Fighters. I don't know that one. I'm sorry. I can only do requests I know if I can, or kind of know. Let's Jam. Well, I could do Cherokee for you, Dane. And let me see. Midwest. Okay, Dane, you're in the Midwest. I'm going to be coming to. Just look at my website. I'm doing a tour. I know I'm going to Ohio, Minnesota, Kansas, Wisconsin, Madison. I'm going to be over there. So just take a look at my website. Did you study with Dunbar? I studied with Ted Dunbar. Yes, Shiva. Yes, and I did study with Ted Dunbar. He was great, man. He really helped me learn the fingerboard. Okay, let me play you Cherokee, since someone was asking about that. Let me put it kind of up. I need to practice my up tempos today. Just so you guys know, I didn't touch the guitar till now, really. I've been busy, teaching and playing guitar. Also, I teach. So if you want to get to, you want to study with me, please let me know. I'll put Cherokee at 300 right now. Okay, which is kind of a fast tempo, but not too fast. Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna put in Cherokee at 300 for you guys. Here we go. That was a good warm up. Now, you know what's funny? I'm playing my 7 string right now. I mean, my 6 string. But I usually play my 7 string. And thank you. So, yeah, that was a Cherokee. That was a request. And thank you. You know, let me see. These are some of my favorite chord changes. Could you play 4 on 6, please? Thank you. So let me play that for you. I want to use my 7 string this time. Play Stairway. I played that earlier, actually. Dane, I can play a little bit of that for you. Hold on, let me get my 7 string for you guys. I'm going to be going on just for a little bit more. I've been up here for like at least an hour now. No, 47 minutes. I see right here. So again, everybody, there's a sale. It's a birthday sale. I got to let people know. I'm having a birthday sale on my website. Save 20% off my website, everybody. Okay, use code HBD at ronjacksonmusic.com. And you can get cool books like my book, Chord at Your Fingertips, Chords at Your Fingertips, all about cool chords that like you could do chord melody. Here's one of my exercises right here, where you can learn a full chord melody of, I think it's called Billy Boy. You know, you develop it from like one simple melody line into a full chord melody. So it's a really great book. Actually, one of my people watching right now just got my book in the mail, and so they've been using my book. And, you know, it's a great book. It comes with video and tabs and everything. I'm a legend. Thank you. Yeah, this is a great book. I sold a bunch of books already, guys. So pick up yours. You get 20% off. And, you know, right now, the sale will end soon. It's my birthday weekend, so it's going to end soon. So come back and check it out. Oh, someone's asking about Chet Atkins. You know what? I studied Chet Atkins stuff too a lot before, and I can play a little bit of stuff like that. But before I do that, let me play that request for 4 on 6. Let me see if I can do it without backing track. 7 string. it's tricky. It's really tricky to play between 7-string and 6-string. So I was playing a 6-string a minute ago, then I'm playing 7-string. So it can kind of mess you up a little bit. But you know, I'm playing live, unedited and filtered. You know, and I play most of the notes correctly. So that's what it's all about, everybody. I saw this video with Brian May. It was a short, and he went and started playing one of his solos to his song. You know, I don't know what he was doing, but anyway, he started playing and he played it wrong. He said that's what it's all about, everybody. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be. The most important thing is the feeling. You know, so you know, when I'm playing, you know, I put my best feel I can in there, and I try the best I can to play. So let me see. Hey man, much respect. Can you show us how to approach a dominant 7th run? Like how you approach soloing over 1, 4, 5 in the key of A, whatever. Most guys are stuck in the pentatonic box. So if I'm playing a 1, 4, 5 in the key of A, oh, B. O'Keefe. Hey, B. O'Keefe, shout out to you. So if I'm playing a 1, 4, 5, A dominant, let me tune up real quick. So if I'm playing A dominant to D dominant, I'll play the dominant 7th scale. Now, the dominant 7th scale is, for example, the key of A is just an A major scale, which I don't want to name all the notes, it'll take too long, but it's this scale. You basically lower the note, the 7th, to make a dominant scale. So if I'm playing a blues, if I'm playing over an A, I will play that scale. Then when I get to the D7, I'll play the D dominant scale. Then back to A7. Then D7, then A7. Then I would go to the E dominant. Then D. Then A. Then back to E. So when I take a solo, I'm doing it that way, but there's a lot of ways you can do that. I'm only playing the same fingering to show you that's the easiest thing to do. But you should be able to play all that kind of stuff in you know, with all the different fingerings you possibly can. Do arpeggios. Etc. Etc. You can go through the blues just like that. Okay? So that's how you practice the dominant 7th chord in the scales through a blues. So you can get around that pentatonic run. You know, that's a very, you know, I don't want to knock guitar players for playing pentatonic. Actually, we all start playing pentatonic. And that's the easiest thing to play on the guitars because of the way it's set up, the neck, the strings, excuse me, on how they're tuned. But, you know, if you want to get to jazz and stuff, that's when you have to really learn how to play your scale. So, you know, that takes a little time. It takes a lot of, you know, you have to get yourself to a different level. And, you know, I love pentatonic, you know, and, you know, I love playing changes. So you can mix them both up and make a real cool sound. I was taking a lesson with the great Mike Stern, and he mixes everything up. He really is great, knows all kinds of stuff about jazz, but he also knows the rock stuff. So yeah, so let me see. There's some other questions here. African rumba. Someone asked me about Chet Atkins. I can play a little bit of Chet Atkins kind of stuff on my 6-string. Here's one of my songs off my albums, which is called Old Country Road. Okay, and this is the album. You can get it on my website. Remember, everything on my website is 20% off, everybody. So if you want to get this, use my code HBD. This is one of my records. It has all acoustic guitar, and I do all kinds of acoustic guitar stuff, you know, from African sounding stuff to calypsos to jazz to like Chet Atkins stuff. So you can pick up this album here. It's called Acoustic Adventures. And it was gave a great, Acoustic Guitar Magazine gave this a great review when it came out. Wow. Yeah, get that. It has all kinds of stuff. You can save 20% on my website. Use code HBD, okay, and you can get this great CD. And this is one of the songs on it, so you can get an idea of how I can play fingerstyle a little bit. I'm not the best fingerstyle guitar player, but actually, I'm pretty good, but I don't practice as much as I should. Let me see. One of my songs. So that's one of my songs. It's funny because YouTube will probably flag that song because they think, oh wow, that's not your song, but that's one of my songs actually. So I'm gonna have to put a copyright infringement thing in this and say, look, it's my song. You'll see. Actually, when that happens, actually my copyright person will say, will let it go because it's my song. But thank you everybody for watching. So you know what? I had a great day today. I'm sorry I couldn't answer everybody's questions, but it's my birthday weekend, and it's good to go live on my YouTube. Please follow me. Thank you, Dario. Someone made some comments here. You should check out Cabby Dubes. It's got your name on it. Lots of luck. I'm a good friend with Adam. Actually, Adam, so you guys know, Adam Levy, he mentioned Adam Levy. He's one of the writers in the book I'm in. There's Adam right there. You see him? Adam Levy. So if you pick up this book, he has a couple of lessons. I have about 3. I have I think I have 3 or 4 in this book. And you can learn some cool things from Adam about about what he does and his specialty is. So please go to my website again, and it's my birthday. Go check out my books and everything. You get 20% off everything. Use my code HBD at ronjacksonmusic.com. Yeah, no way. It's true. Yeah, he's in the book. He's a friend of mine, and he just moved back to Brooklyn in my neighborhood over here. So, yeah, thank you guys. And also, guys, if you enjoyed the show, definitely, if you can, I'm trying to find that banner. I have so many banners and stuff. If you like to donate to my show, donate to to my PayPal or Venmo or Cash App, please go to Ron Jackson Music and do that, please. Okay, it's also on the description. If you'd like to donate, that would be great. And at Ron Jackson Music, and appreciate you guys. And I'll be back live. I'll go live at least once a week. So I'm going to go live. If I'm not out of town or touring or something, I'll be going live once a week on YouTube and answering your questions. And I appreciate you guys. And we'll talk soon, everybody. I mean, it was really fun. There's always issues when you go live with there's no editing. Like I'm trying to find stuff and it's crazy. Also just to remind you, I forgot to tell. I always have these things. I'm an influencer. If you want to get my code, I have a nice clean shave. If you want to go to skullshaver.com, use my code Ron Jackson. You save 10% over there. And I have cool razors that I shave with, and they make it for men and women. So that's another thing that you can get a discount through me. Ron Jackson Guitar is Ron Guitar is this one. Sorry, Ron Guitar. Okay. And if you like my amp, Henriksen amp, this amp that I've been using right here. Let me show you. This amp I was showing you earlier, the Henriksen amp, the Bud 6. You can get everything at Henriksen amp for 5% off. They're expensive amps, but they're worth it, okay? I've sold a lot of amps this year using my code Ron Jackson, okay? So use my code Ron Jackson. You can save 5% on Henriksen amps. And thank you, everybody. And, email me at Ron Jackson Music, or if there's anything you need, and we'll, hey, I like this guy. He's saying some things about scale runs. John, practice scale runs like going up to 4th, back, 3, 4, etc. Yeah, those are different things. You have to practice your scales every possible way. Hit me all up, everybody. Yeah, sorry, I'm about ending it right now, everybody. But we'll talk, everybody, and thank you for watching. It's Ron Jackson. You can watch the playback of this. There's a lot of information, a lot of playing, live playing, no editing and anything. And we'll see you guys very soon. And happy birthday to me. And there's a Chad. Yeah, I heard about that guy, Dane. Yeah, these guys are like really big on YouTube. I'm getting a lot of followers, but these guys really. I can't, keep up with all this stuff, but I'm trying to do the best I can. That's why I go live too, instead of putting all these videos up that are really edited. So we'll see you guys soon. Follow me everywhere, everybody. Ron Jackson Music, everything. Okay. Please don't stop your live. I'm sorry. I've been going for like an hour. Okay. Happy Born Day, Ron. Thank you. Okay. Sorry. How do you say that? Abskip. You can join Patreon too, everybody. If you really enjoy this too, and you want to learn about my stuff, I have a Patreon account, okay? And it's, it's very reasonable. You can get $3 a lesson. And you can go on my website and buy printables too, of course. And you can just go there and join my Patreon and teach you. Teach you jazz. Okay, if you want to learn jazz with me, contact me. All my contact information is on my website. Everything, okay, everybody. So I have some new students coming this weekend, actually. So go to my Patreon, join for $3 a month, or if you just want to support me, it's $1. Or there's much more higher levels. You can actually study with me, okay? And so everybody, will talk soon, and thank you very much. Have a great day. I'm sorry I have to leave, and I have things to do today. And I play a little bit of cheap jazz, of course, too. Yeah, of course, yeah. I studied with Bucky Pizzarelli. He played with Stefan Grappelli, who played with Django Reinhardt. So we'll talk. Everybody, thank you, and we'll see you guys soon. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Django! Well, I'm going live right now. Hello? Hey, everybody. It's Ron Jackson. And actually, I'm getting ready to, I see two people already up here. I'm just going to adjust the camera and make sure everything's getting ready to go. And let me get my music out. But, we have 5 minutes before the live stream starts. So I'm just testing the mic to see. Because I'm actually going to be using a new setup today with a better camera and a better sensitive mic. I'll put some more light on here to see if you can see me good. I'm going to be using my GoPro as well to go live. Let me say something here for everybody. So if you have any questions, please ask me. Please send in chat. Okay. Let me put the GoPro on here. So I met a lot of you on Instagram, and I'm going to be going on in about a few minutes. I'm just testing everything. I'll be filming. If you need any music, need tabs, etc. The music, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I see two people up here already. I'd like to thank all my guests and everybody from Instagram, all the new people I'm meeting. Let me get that out here. Let me just test out this guitar. I'm going to be using two guitars today because some people don't understand. I play 7-string guitar too, and a lot of people don't understand the 7 strings. So I'm going to make sure I play that a lot. Let me move the camera back a little bit so you can see me better. So I'm using a mic and I'm using my amp, my Bulgaria. I just got a new Celestion speaker. So now you can actually hear the amp now. So you see me play this a lot on videos. Okay. I'm going to turn the amp up a little bit. So I'm using a different mic. So we're going to be going over melodic minor today, just so you know. This guitar that you see me play is actually a cool guitar that I got. I'm going to adjust the camera a little bit more, move back a little bit. Uh-oh. Let me fix this. I'm still haven't quite started yet. I'm just going to move the camera back a little bit and tilt it forward a little bit so you can see the guitar. I have a new camera. And I want to make sure you see me really well. Oops. Hold on, let me turn this a little bit and turn it down. Okay. And put this down a little bit. I hit something by accident here. So make sure you can see me good. Oh, that's much better. So let me put this back on. So I see people up here already. Thanks for watching. So we're going to be going over the melodic minor today. So I like to use the melodic minor for certain things. For a lot of things, actually. And it's an advanced jazz scale. But if you have any other questions, please send it through Instagram chat. Okay? And so you're going to hear the guitar acoustically and through my amp. Listen to this. This is the guitar acoustic. Because I'm actually speaking through the same mic. So let me give you an example of how to use the melodic minor. So I'm going to be playing like an improvisational solo. And I'm going to throw some melodic minor in there so you can see how it's actually used in jazz or in general. Okay, let me see. So what I'm doing basically right now is I'm actually just doing a 1-6-2-5 in E flat, okay? And I'm just changing everything into melodic minor. Now, everybody asks me, why melodic minor? They have a hard enough time with a major scale. You should know your major scale really well before you get into melodic minor, okay? And to get into melodic minor, the first thing you should know is all your major scales and every key and every possible fingering. So I actually have these exercises, 8 fingerings. I'm going to write this out for you. 8 fingerings of the major scale. In C, okay? And you should know that all over the fingerboard. You should know that all over the fingerboard already. So, like the C major scale is like, the major scale is the mother of all scales. So you should be able to play it all over the neck. All the way up across. Everywhere, you know. I mean, see. So I'm playing it everywhere, but the point is, you should know that already before you get into playing melodic minor scale, because the melodic minor scale is basically a C major scale with a lower third. So I'm just going to take the same scale. I'm just going to lower the third note, C, D to E flat, which is 1, 2, flat, 3, 4, etc. Etc. You know, I'm playing every possible finger. Not only the key of C, that should be much easier than going to, let's say, D, A flat. Okay, so what I'm doing is I went to A flat melodic minor. So you should know the A flat major scale. You should know all the possible, all the accidentals for those keys. You should definitely know all that stuff really well. Okay, and then so the point is to really know the every possible fingering, and then let me see who else is up here. There's some other people checking in soon here. Okay, so the next part is getting to the next level of learning how to play the melodic minor scale. So just so you know, this is weird, but I know people on my Patreon account that they melodic minor actually won the what's the word, the contest, because I was going to talk about harmonic minor, melodic minor, and sweep picking. Now, and I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and actually in the March-April issue, I'm going to be I'm actually writing a weekly workout on melodic minor and harmonic minor. So it's good that we're going over this, and then you can go to the article, or you can get information from me directly about these scales. So the hard part about the melodic minor is not to play it up the scale. Okay, it is to actually to know how to use it and when to use it. I mean, it's just a scale. Now, a lot of people play jazz and they want to learn how to play jazz, but jazz is a language you have to learn, and then you have to learn lines. Then you have to take these scales and learn how to actually play them in a way where it sounds musical. Okay, so first you should learn how to play these scales like I'm doing up the scale, every possible way. See how many ways I played that same line? That's how you really master the guitar. I mean, that's another whole subject. How many ways did I play that? I'm only in the key of C, so you can play the same line with different fingerings in the same register on guitar. That's another thing you have to learn how to master. Now, the next thing to do is learn about in melodic minor the chords in melodic minor. So the next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to go up the scale. You can follow with me too if you can play. If you have a guitar, you should be practicing like this, not just looking at me. Because you know what? One thing I learned when I was at Berkeley is, in general, even with students I teach, is that you don't practice. You don't practice your theory or anything. You play it on your instrument. So I call it practicing your theory, practical. It's really practical if you take your theory and all this stuff I'm learning and try to actually play it on the guitar. It does you no good, to know it if you can't even play it. That's how I look at it, So you have to apply this. I call it applying your theory, applicable theory or practical theory. So the next thing to do, let me get something to drink here, is to go up the scale in thirds. So I'm going to skip a note, go to C, to E flat, okay? And we're going to go up the scale just like that. Now you should be able to do that in melodic minor, any scale, skipping every 3 notes. Now you notice I'm not playing in the same position. I can stay on the same string. Etc. Okay, you should be able to play everything in thirds, every possible finger in every position. It's going to take you hours to learn, but that's how you really master your instrument. Now, the next thing we're going to do with the melodic minor, okay, you should be able to do everything in thirds up the scale, okay? So, you got to also be conscious about the intervals when you're going up these scales to know about these, because we're going to be making chords. So this is a minor third, flat 3, minor third, major third, diminished, major, diminished, diminished. Okay, now we're going to go up in thirds, like this, 3 notes at a time. So we're going to make actually triads now. So the thing that's going to be hard for you to learn now is you got to learn what the diatonic triads are in melodic minor. Now, just so you know, I forgot to mention this. Please send some questions if you have any, please. I don't see anybody sending any questions yet. Send the questions on chat right here that I have. The chat is open. It's live. And let me check something, make sure everything the same is okay. Yeah, the chat is live. So please, please send a chat if you can. Okay. Let me see this. Just making sure that that it's up. Okay. Please ask me some questions so we can interact. So I'm going to go up the scale right now, and it's going to be the first chord is going to be actually C minor, then D minor. Okay, D minor triad, and then it's going to be augmented. Okay, then major, then diminished, and then diminished, then minor again. So this is a C minor. Now, the reason why I didn't say the chord symbols is because you're going to have to do this in any key. So, you have to know the intervals without the names of the chords because you should be able to play this in every key, So if I did it A flat minor, okay, that would be minor, and then, okay, and then minor again. Okay, then augmented, so it's going to be A flat minor, B flat minor, then C flat augmented, okay, etc. So in the key of C, it's easier for everybody in general. So we're going to go, it's going to be C minor, D minor, E augmented, F major, G major, A diminished, B diminished, C minor. So I'm only doing it in that position, but you should be able to play that everywhere. See what I did? I changed position. Etc. Now, so we just did the arpeggio, okay, up the scale. You should memorize this sequence, minor, minor, augmented, major, major, diminished, diminished, okay, going up the scale. Now, the next thing you have to do is be able to play these as chords. So, on the guitar, it's fairly simple. We're going to actually play it as thirds, because thirds are easy to play across three strings on the guitar in general. So we're going to go C minor. So for people who joined us, this is the melodic minor. We're going to go C minor, D minor, E augmented, F, G. These are triads. When I say that, okay, just major triads. And then A diminished, then B diminished, then C. Okay, you should be able to play that up and down there. See what I did? Any possible fingering. See that? Keep going up the neck. See what I did? Okay, so those are all the triads for melodic minor. Now, these are very important when you want to write and play and be able to play these keys right now. Remember, for people who just came in, that you have to know your major modes and all the triads as well, okay? And we might get into harmonic minor today, but it might be a little bit too much for everybody. But if you can read about that in my next article on Acoustic Guitar Magazine coming up soon. And so the next thing we're going to do is actually work on the seventh chords going up, okay? So we're going to actually take the arpeggio. Now remember to be able to play arpeggios everywhere. In thirds, we're going to put up another arpeggio, okay? We're going to go. We're going to put an extra note in there, okay? And go up the scale. This gets tricky. So that's actually C minor major 7. Okay, now this gets to a whole different level. Now D minor 7, then E minor major 7, then F7, then G7. Now we're going to get to A minor 7, flat 5, and then B minor 7 flat. Then C minor major 7th again. So you should be able to play that all in position, for example. Let's start here. Give myself a challenge. Now do it here. Any possible fingering. You see that? Then go up. Then the mistake. See what I did? So you have to be able to play that. Now that's just going up the scale. You should be able to do the same things you do in major now. You have to be able to go. So that's tricky to do, actually, to do a pattern like that in melodic minor. So I'm going up in thirds, up one chord, then going backwards. So I'm going up to C melodic minor, then backwards on the D minor, then going up on the E major, E flat major 7 sharp 5. Okay, then backwards on the F dominant. Now I hope I'm not getting too many people with this. Okay, so those are the arpeggios. Now you're gonna have to learn the chords as chords. The best way to play that is to use a drop 2 voicing, because we can't play the chords. I can myself. You can play them in thirds. Watch this. You have to do a lot of stretching. Okay. Then I'm doing G dominant, minor major. Now, I knew a guitar player here in New York City who was actually from St. Petersburg, Russia. He'd always play his chords like that. He'd be playing chords like that. I'd be like, oh, I would have pain watching him. So you can actually play the guitar in thirds like that, but it's much harder than a piano. Okay, that's an F7 chord if you want to play it like that. Okay. Now this guitar is a little easier physically for me to play than my 7-string guitar, which I'll show you in a minute if you have any questions about that. Now, are there any questions? Please send me something. Everybody, I know you're watching, but you got to send me a question if you have any questions about this. If it's way over your head, just let me know. I'll also be taking questions about anything else, you know, picking, technique, anything you want. I just woke up, so I'm still getting used to teaching this early. Okay, so another way to play this is to use a drop 2. So, well, actually raise. I'm going to raise the second. Okay, this is a drop 2 voicing right now. I want to play the C minor major 7 like this instead. It's easier. Okay, and then I'm going to go C minor major 7 like this, then D minor 7, excuse me, E flat major 7 sharp 5, or augmented they call it. F7, you can do it that way. G7, A minor 7 flat 5, B minor 7 flat 5, then C minor major 7. Okay, so that's another thing. Oh, there's all the chats, man. They're all coming up right now. Why are they delayed like that? Jerry. Okay, cool. So, okay, fellow Berkeley alumni is here too. I have a guitar in hand. Good. Jerry, what's a good way to mix melodic minor and blues licks with blues licks? Interesting. Oh, interesting. That's a great question. So Jerry has a question. How do you mix melodic minor with blues licks? So let's say, okay, let's play blues in B flat. Just a different key because I'm always in C. for most of my students. So if we're playing a blues, like, okay, one good way to mix melodic minor is to make the blues scale like a B flat melodic minor. I mean a B flat, minor pentatonic scale. Okay, and then I could actually make that into an altered chord. So we didn't get to this part yet. The uses for the melodic minor. I've just been showing you the scale, but I use melodic minor for different improvisational set. Settings. So, for example, if I'm playing over a B flat dominant chord or any chord, now that implies going to an E flat. It's like a 5/7 of the E flat. So I might use altered. So if I'm instead of playing like just a regular blues scale with passing tones, little notes in between. Let me turn that a little bit. I'll start using B melodic minor, which makes altered. So basically, it would imply a B flat 7 with a flat 9 and a natural 13, or a sharp 9. Okay, of those variations, or sharp 11. There's another one, sharp 11, flat 9 with a sharp 9, etc. So I'm going to play B melodic minor starting on the 7th degree. So that means B, C sharp, D, E, okay, F sharp, A flat to B flat. So that's the same scale, but I'm starting on the 7th degree. So I'm going to go from the 7th degree of that melodic minor, which is actually A sharp or B flat. So we'll go. So that's a B melodic minor, but starting on the 7th degree to play over that scale. So that's called altered. I think another name for that is called superloquial. So that's how I put it in the blues. So I'd make that into an altered chord. You hear modern players do that all the time, like John Scofield, So you got to know how to use that sparingly. Okay, so that's a good question. Oh, Ragu, hey. Ragu, I like that name. From Iceland. I saw that. What's a good way to play a mixed melodic? Okay. Another thing you can do on blues, actually, is if you're playing a dominant 7th chord, let's go to a different key. Let's go to G. I want to change keys because I'm sick of playing different keys. So G. So you're playing a blues. Now, remember on a blues, you can actually use also mixolydian. Okay. Now, what I like to do to use melodic minor, I like to raise the 4. So it goes G, A, B, C, D. Okay, that's mixolydian, but I'm going to raise the 4. So that implies a G7 with a flat 5 or sharp 11, 13, etc. Okay, and that actually comes from a D melodic minor, but you're starting on the G instead. Okay, so what I did was I just raised the 4. So it's called the Lydian dominant, that scale. Okay, so let me write these scales down. So you have the altered scale, Okay, I'm writing these down for you guys so you can see them. Okay, and then you have the Lydian dominant, we call it, or mixolydian flat 5 or sharp 4, Lydian dominant. Now you have to know what these are before you have to know what the dominant is. The dominant is the same thing as actually a mixolydian scale. You have to know your major modes before you get to this stuff because this is advanced. And we haven't even talked about harmonic minor yet. Okay, so Lydian dominant is called, it's like a Lydian scale with a flat 7, you can call that, or you can call it a dominant scale with a sharp 4. So hard for me to follow. It would be helpful to have tab exercises you just showed. I've got some, but surely will not be able to reproduce from memory. Yeah, I'll get that to you, Dave. Dave is actually. Let me tell this. Thanks, Dave. So Dave was asking you about memorizing this. Yeah, this is on my Patreon account, everybody. And I gave some. I'll send that to you. I'll send him some stuff. That to you. Now Dave is actually a Patreon, so he gets lessons from me, free because he pays a monthly fee. So so you know, I'm going to be selling these lessons about melodic minor, etc., for $1.99 or more. So just DM me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com to get the physical copy if you're not a Patreon. So let me see. There's some other questions. So I'll get that to you, Dave, when I get a chance. Okay, some lessons, and I'll try to put it on Patreon actually. So are these things in tabs? Yeah, Amura. Yeah, these are in tabs, and I sell these things in tabs. So for $1.99. So I sell these. Let me see. I'm gonna write these down. Sell these for $1.99 and up. Okay, and up on tabs. In tabs. Now, everybody, guitar players, just so you know, you should know these things by heart, okay? And you should learn how to read. Not use tabs. A lot of guitar players are using tabs these days, and those are one of the basic things I want guitar players to get out of is learning how to use tabs. You should know you should know where your notes are, and then tabs do you no good if you don't know what it even sounds like. So that's the problem with tabs that I have. I'm a real I don't know what to say traditionalist, but a modern guitar player knows how to read anything. I can read tabs, but also I can read notes without any tabs. And so this is a good way to do that. Let me see. Just another question. In E flat augmented seventh, in E flat with an augmented seventh. Oh no. So Jerry's asking if the E flat augmented. It's an E flat major augmented seventh I'm playing, okay? So that's actually a minor major seventh is a minor chord actually. So here's a minor major seventh on an E flat right now. E flat minor major seventh. Okay, so you have the 1, flat 3, 5, and major 7, okay? So before we get into that, you should know how to change your chords into jazz chords, I call them. I have these things on TikTok at Ron Jackson Music as well, and I have a lot of these 1-minute lessons. So you should be able to change your chord, like a regular major chord. Let's say an E flat major. We're talking about. You should be able to lower this note in this A form chord, which is comes from the open A string chord. You move it up, okay, and they call it the cage system. And I lower this note to make it a major 7. Okay. So I lower the E to D. Then I lower the D to D flat, which makes dominant 7th. And then I lower the D flat to a C, which makes a 6th chord, okay? So it sounds like it's something in the way you move. That sounds like something, that song. But anyway, so this is an E flat major 7, okay? Now, all I did with that chord is the 3rd degree of melodic minor is actually raising the 5. So you have to know your chord scale. You have to know the names of the notes of the chord you're playing. So I'm playing an E flat, which is the 1, a B flat, which is the 5, the D, which is a 7, and this is the 3rd, which is the G. And I have to raise the 5 1 fret. So that's an E flat major 7 with a sharp 5, we call it, okay? E flat minor major 7 is actually 1, 5, major 7 with a flat 3. So it's actually a type of if I played it major, what would sound like that would be a major 7, and a minor major 7 is a minor chord with a major 7. So those are the two different kinds of chords. So you have to know how to voice your chords and how to change notes to make them minor, major, etc. Okay, Jerry, let me go down the street. Let me go down the list. Jerry has a question. Or is the 1 chord the same as the flat 3 chord? No. Oh, because Jeremy. Sorry, I'm sorry, Jeremy. I keep saying your name wrong. Jeremy. The we're in melodic minor, so it's a little different. Okay. So C melodic minor has a different set of chords than major. So you have to really know your major. So in melodic minor, the flat 3 chord is not like related like in the same way, okay? So I would have to think of that as E flat Lydian augmented scale, and then it doesn't work that way because we're in melodic minor now, so we're not thinking in major. So the intervals are different. So it's not the 1 chord and it's the flat 3 chord. No, I'm sorry about that. It's melodic minor and the chords fall differently. Okay, let me see. Now, there's another question. Is Lydian dominant for non-diatonic only? Oh, so Reggie asked me about Lydian dominant. So let's say I'm playing an A blues now. We're playing. So I'm playing a blues in A. I could throw in and raise. I could throw in an A Lydian dominant, raise the 4, which is a mixed Lydian scale or dominant scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 flat, 7, 1, and then raise the 4. So I could do that if I'm a jazz musician. So I like to alter things. We call it reharmonization. So I actually changed the 4 to a sharp 4 to make it more interesting in my solo. Now, also, when you're playing a jazz standard rule is, you can always break the rules too in jazz. Standard rule is to play a Lydian dominant or a mixed Lydian or dominant scale with a sharp 4 if it's not a chord in the key. So if I'm in the key of C, everybody knows in the key of C, the 5 chord is the G. Now, if I play the chord in the key of C, then I'm soloing, and then the chord shows up as a B flat in there. So that's a non-diatonic dominant 7th chord now. Non-diatonic means it's not in the key of C. Only dominant 7th chord in the key of C is G7. Okay? I usually would play a dominant chord with a sharp 4 or Lydian dominant, which comes from melodic minor. Now, this is over the head for a lot of people. This is kind of advanced, but this is a technique we use in jazz. So usually a non-diatonic dominant 7th chord, you would play a Lydian dominant, which is from the melodic minor. So a B flat dominant chord, okay. The Lydian dominant is actually F melodic minor. You hear that? Do, re, mi, fa, sol. Now remember, the melodic minor scale is a major scale with a flat 3. Now in jazz, we played up and down. Up. In classical, they go back down. Oh, sorry. They lower the 7th and the 6th down. So that's 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. So you can apply that to any key. That's why we have degrees like that. Okay. Oh, Jeremy, contact me I see Jeremy's question. I'm going to go down the list here. Contact me to get these tabs, okay? My PayPal is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com and Venmo is Ron Jackson Music. I'll put that all at the end, okay? I'll purchase that thing. Oh, Ron Girls will purchase that too. No problem. Ditto. Thank you, Dave. So it makes much more sense. Oh, thank you, Jeremy. So if you want to purchase these, I'll give you my PayPal, which is at Ron Jackson Music. It's my email, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I'm going to keep going here. I want to take other questions about my 7-string. I'm going to pull that out in a second at gmail.com. I'm writing this down. Sorry, guys. .com, PayPal. Or Venmo. Venmo, Cash App, and at Ron Jackson Music. So Okay, now let me get into the 7-string. So let me put the other guitar away. So, because I like to play 7-string. So people, if people have any questions, let me know. Hold on, let me look here. Let me put this over here. So we were talking about melodic minor, and also the major scale modes. You should know these by heart. Okay. So I pull out my 7-string guitar. If you have any questions about this, while we're going here, I'm going to go for another like 15, 20 more minutes. Please let me know. Oh, I dropped my tuner. So, and also the equipment I use and everything that I broadcast with, people like to know about this kind of stuff because they might want to do that one day. Okay, so I'm going to tune this up real quick. So I'll play you a song. And if you have any questions about the 7-string, I don't want to talk all the time. I want people to be interested. And, and I really appreciate you guys on Instagram, everybody that started following me. And my Instagram's really taken off. And if you want to learn more lessons, go to my TikTok as well. They're only 1-minute lessons. Remember, videos only help you so much. Go to my TikTok, and it's Ron Jackson Music. I have a lot of 1-minute videos that actually I cross-post onto my Patreon and everything else and Instagram. And I have lessons there for 1 minute, but about all this type of stuff, okay? So watch this. So here's a 7-string guitar. So this is a 7-string guitar, everybody. So I'm trying to get more people to get into this instrument. My late guitar teacher, Bucky Pizzarelli, who passed away from COVID earlier this year, played 7-string guitar and got me into it. Now 7-string guitar is used a lot in rock and progressive rock music, and we tune in jazz with a low A. Okay, now usually in progressive rock and other styles of music, they tune to a low B. And in Brazilian music, they tune to a low C. So I have a standard tuning guitar right here. E, A, D, G, B, E. Elephants are darn good banana eaters for those kids out there. Okay, and I have a low A note here. And it's really great for learning, playing really low chord. Okay, it's a really great sound to have, And you can play piano music and all kinds of other stuff. So if you want to get into 7-string, let me know. And it's all on my Patreon too. I have 7-string lessons for both people, really basic stuff to get you into it. And then I'm starting to introduce chords and introduce ways of playing melodies and solos on your bass string. I'm playing something really basic there with the bass lines, actually, and using the bass string as a solo instrument. As a solo line kind of approach to it. Now, when I'm actually, most 7-string guitar players don't use a 7-string for soloing, so I'm trying to incorporate that more in my playing. It's great for accompaniment and other things like that. Okay. Oh yeah, Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, I'm sorry. He's sorry to hear Bucky. Bucky was a legend, man. He was 94, and he died on April 1st, right when COVID was coming out. And when that happened, man, it was really devastating because 2 days later, I heard from Frank Vignola, the great guitar player. We were on an acoustic guitar live event on Facebook, and he told me that he died on there too. So he died. His wife died 2 days later, unfortunately, and I didn't know that. Jeremy, I use these Labella black strings. So let me show you guys. This is what they look like. I got a pack back here somewhere. These strings are special strings that Bucky told me about. Let me get them right now, so you can see. I don't have that ready. Look at this. So look at this. Oh, look at this. So these are Labella jazz tapes, okay? So they're actually black flat wound strings in between. So the first two strings, the E and the B, are just regular, non-wound strings, thin strings. Then the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth string are wound with nylon tape. These were called Labella jazz tapes. Bucky called them Labella blacks. So they're black nylon tape wound strings. You can get them from Labella. They're kind of expensive, but I have an endorsement with these guys, so it's a little bit better deal. And the 7th string is actually a round wound string. It's a bass string, okay? It's actually, you can put this on, it's a thin bass string. So look at this. So you can hear the difference too. Listen to this. So if I'm playing this, now that's kind of weird because everything's acoustic. My mic's picking up my amp. So listen to this. You hear the scratching from the guitar from that too. If I scratch sideways, I play the George Benson picking technique. So on a round wound string, it doesn't work too well. You have to hit straight. But the rest of the strings are round wound. Hear the difference? So it's a 7-string round wound. Yeah, these are awesome. Yeah, they're good strings. You play 7-string, Jeremy, I guess. Yes? I guess so. If you play 7-string, let me know. I mean, I'm looking to help other guitar, have other people study 7-string with me to get the word out, especially in jazz. Okay, now let me. So this is a 7-string guitar. So I wanted to show you guys that a little bit during the live lesson here. Now let me get back to the melodic minor and see what the uses are. I'm gonna remember to review your major modes, etc. before you get to melodic minor, okay? It's a very important scale. So I want to show you a couple of different ways I use melodic minor in my soloing. So let me get back to my 6th string here. So when I'm playing melodic minor, hold on. So let me take the strap off here. So let's say I'm playing like a song like My Shining Hour. So when I'm on the E flat major 7, now that's when I like to use melodic minor. So like I like to go on a major 7th chord. When I'm a jazz musician, I can actually play like a regular major scale on this E flat major. I like to raise the 4th to make it Lydian, etc. Then I like to raise the 5 as well. That's when you get to melodic minor. So when you're playing, remember you should know how to change your scales, any major scale to any scale you want. So if I want to make a major scale into a Lydian, I just raise the 4. If I want to make it into a Lydian with a sharp 5 or augmented, we call Lydian augmented, I'll go raise the 5. Now, the augmented is this, okay? we went over this E flat major. In this key, it's E flat major 7 with a sharp 5. Remember that major 7 with a raised 5. That's the chord. Okay, you should be able to play it everywhere. Okay, now that scale actually comes from C melodic minor. But I'm starting on the E flat, okay? So you have to learn how to start the scale on the E flat, but sometimes it's easier to find the melodic minor when you're playing these just because they're so difficult from the root for most people, even for me sometimes. So what I did was, this is kind of easier because I know how to raise a 4 and a 5 on a major scale. Now, another way I like to use melodic minor is on a minor 7 flat 5. Let's take a different key. Let's say we're going to F minor. So G minor 7 flat 5 to C 7 flat. Now, on the G minor 7 flat 5, it's a Locrian scale usually, a minor 7 flat 5. So you should know how to play a Locrian scale. Locrian scale is kind of easy to play. The note you're playing, the root, let's say you play G minor 7 flat 5. The root is the 7th degree of the major scale. Okay, so remember in the key of in any key, the chord scales are, Ionian, which is major, Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian, Mixolydian, which is dominant, Aeolian, which is natural minor, and the 7th degree is Locrian. So you can take a Locrian scale like a G minor flat 5. That G is the 7th degree of A flat. So A flat major scale. Now the G minor 7 flat 5 is the 7th chord of the A flat major scale. So it's A flat major, B flat minor, C minor, and this is all diatonic major chords, D flat major 7, E flat 7, F minor 7, G minor 7, flat 5 to A flat major 7. So that scale is Locrian. My point out about using melodic minor is this. I like to use this scale called the Locrian natural 9, which you raise the 2nd degree and make it an A instead. So that scale is actually, in this key, is a B flat melodic minor starting on the 6th degree. So it's B flat melodic minor. So I like to use that scale. So if I'm doing like in jazz, I don't know how many people are advanced in jazz here. When I'm doing a minor 2-5, so I'm going G minor 7 flat 5 to C 7 flat 9. Okay, and then I'm going to either major or minor, ending on so G minor 7 flat 5 to C 7 flat 9 to F minor, for example. I could use on the G minor 7 flat 5, I'm going to use a G Locrian natural 9. When I get to the C 7 flat 9, I could use a C altered, which is a D flat melodic minor, and then use. And I can use a melodic minor on the F minor, F melodic minor. So that's very common to use melodic minor on like a minor 2-5 progression, which is minor 7 flat 5 to dominant 7 flat 9, 2 minor 7 flat 5, 5 7 flat 9 to 1 minor 7. Okay, that's a 2-5. So remember that. I'm going to write this out for you guys anyway. I have some lessons about this already, advanced. So that's a very common use of the melodic minor, okay, in a jazz, for example. So we talked about a few different things. We talked about the melodic minor used on a major 7th, okay, and raising the 4th and 5th. Okay, that's a type of melodic minor, which is what they call it a Lydian augmented. Then you can use it on a dominant 7th, like any dominant 7th chord, and raise the 4. That makes a Lydian dominant. That's the 4th degree of the melodic minor. We talked about altered, which is the 7th degree. Okay, and then we use the Locrian natural 9, which is actually the 6th degree of the melodic minor. So, and these are used on different kinds of chords. Let me see if there's any other questions. I see some. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Okay, I will have to give me. I said that's awesome, Jeremy. For rock and metal, but never approached it for jazz. Oh, cool. So, Jeremy, you play rock and metal. Cool. I'll check you out. Cool. Now, so we can. So we went into. Let's just review real quick. So remember to know your melodic minor scale in thirds and no triads. Okay. So it's 1 minor, 2 minor, 3 flat 3 augmented. These are just your triads. 4 major, 5 major, 6 diminished, 6 diminished. Just the triads. Now the other triads are the seventh chords are the minor major 7. I'm looking this up, just making sure I'm not doing it wrong. Minor major 7, then minor 7, then major 7 with a sharp 5, then dominant 7, minor 7 flat 5, then minor 7 flat 5, then minor major 7. So those are all the modes of the melodic minor and the chords of the melodic minor. And we went over 4 of the modes, and we didn't go over all the melodic minor modes. I'll have those written out, and you can purchase those from me if you want tabs, okay, about this lesson today. And if you don't know about the major, I have the major scales too for $1.99, all the 8 fingerings, and you can get that, okay? So for $1.99 through me. And you can also join my Patreon where you get that stuff for free for as little as $3 a month. So my Patreon, just in case, is www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. Okay. And if you have any more questions, let me know. You can just send me an email directly at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. For anything. And also this is going to be a live playback on this on YouTube. So if you have the link, you can watch this, and in about a month or so, I'll release it to the general public. Okay, but this is a private video for all my Patreon fans. This is for my Patreon fans and people who are invited that won my live lesson contest on Instagram at Ron Jackson Music. I'm glad you guys who've been on Instagram are being really great. And my Instagram